Chapter 5076. Junior is not afraid. Jiyu said tentatively, but Junior is afraid that he will attack little Yi. Oh, right, there is still Du Peng. Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that Du Peng had revealed his identity as a devil in the Wuming mountain range. How could he allow Jiyu and Yi Yun, who knew his identity, to live? Forget it. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, since you are in the Lost Land and can't return to the defeated Immortal Union, why don't this old man let my disciple accept you into my fortune gate? Senior has a disciple? Ji-Yu and Yi-Yun were surprised. Xiaohua stroked his chin and said with a smile, this old man is the senior Zhang Xiaohua that you are talking about. Now, the Heaven Alliance and Dao Alliance of the Yi-Lin continent should know this old man's real name. You are just in the Lost Land and haven't received the message yet. What? You are Senior Zhang Xiaohua? Ji-Yu and Yi-Yun inserted a 7-layered light feather into their imagination, but they probably couldn't imagine that Xiaohua was Zhang Xiaohua. They couldn't help but exclaim, that, the senior who modified the nascent soul and primordial spirit cultivation methods? Seeing that the two were exclaiming too much, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, no need to be so surprised. You will know in the future. Xiaohua activated the Kunlun mirror and casually found a spirit-severing stage disciple from the space and asked him to accept the two as his disciples. Then, he gave them some pills and sent them to the Shenhua continent. He stretched out his hand and tore open the void and went to the netherworld. More than a month later, in the extreme north of the country of Shi, it was already midwinter. Snowflakes fell from the sky as if they were dancing in the wind. On the ground, although it was not completely covered in white, there were still layers of white that looked like duckweeds of various sizes floating in the air. The landscape here was different from other places. Between the white duckweeds, there were many protrusions. These high and low hills were like the waves of the earth, frozen in place and welcoming the cold wind. Xiaohua flew out from the void and looked at the sky first. Then, he looked around. Unfortunately, within 1,000 miles, it was either white or gray. If it was not snow-covered withered grass, then it was bare hills. How could he see where he was? Forget it. It should be here. I went from Drifting Cloud Lake to Dark Mystery, and then from Dark Mystery to the north of the state of Shi. Surprisingly, I didn't take too many detours. That's already pretty good. Xiaohua mocked himself and took out the Kunlun mirror. As he activated his magic power, Dai, and Yuanya flew out. Yuanya was still fine, he stood in midair and respectfully saluted Xiaohua. When Dai, saw such a familiar scene, how could she hide it? She couldn't help but cry as she whispered, Nyang Nyang. However, when she looked around, she hurriedly stopped crying and bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. This disciple has been rude. Xiaohua helped Dai, up and said with a smile, this kind of rudeness is good. You don't forget your roots and care about your loved ones. This old man is more than happy, so how can I blame you? Master, is this the Dawn Rain continent? Yuanya looked around and asked somewhat abruptly. Sigh, that's right. Xiaohua also looked around. Although he had just seen it, it was as if he had seen it 1,000,000 times and didn't get tired of it. He raised his hand and pointed around, sighing. This is the Dawn Rain continent that this old man cultivated and grew up in. Sect Master. Dai, gathered her emotions and said with a smile, didn't you say that when we arrived at the Dawn Rain continent, you would have Yuanya come with this disciple? Why did you come personally today? Xiaohua replied, this old man previously thought that the Dongshan Yi who imprisoned Nyang Nyang was only an ordinary demon. You and Yuanya could break the demon formation without needing this old man to do anything. Later on, this old man felt that Nyang Nyang's kindness to this old man was as heavy as a mountain. If this old man didn't come, how could I face Nyang Nyang? So after dealing with some trivial matters, I went to the north of the country of Shi according to what you said earlier. Take a look, is this the place where you and Nyang Nyang were ambushed that day? Sect Master. Dai hurriedly replied, the scenery here is similar to the one where this disciple was ambushed previously. However, this disciple was young at that time and was carried by Nyang Nyang to fly. Moreover, after escaping, I was seriously injured and my mind wasn't clear. In the end, I was captured by Dao cultivators, so this disciple already doesn't know the specific location. Then it's a bit strange. Xiao Hua frowned. This old man has just checked the area within 10,000 li. There isn't any aura of a demon formation? When Dai heard this, her face unconsciously turned pale. She said in a low voice, could it be that Dongshan Yi has already made his move? It should be like this. Xiao Hua's mood was also heavy. He said, after all, several hundred years have passed. If Dongshan Yi has any intentions, he would definitely make his move. Yuanya said in a low voice, don't worry, I'll accompany you to look again. If Nyang Nyang really has met with misfortune, I'll help you catch that old wolf Dongshan Yi, skin him, and pull out his tendons. Thank you, Yuanya. Saw that even Xiao Hua couldn't find any trace of the Great Formation. She knew Nyang Nyang must have met with misfortune, so she felt a bit disheartened. She forced a smile and said, I'd rather Nyang Nyang be safe and sound than kill Dongshan Yi. You wait and start from there. Of course, Xiao Hua wasn't willing to give up. After all, he only roughly looked around before. Moreover, this area was located at a spatial fault. He couldn't be completely sure that the Great Formation was no longer there. Flying north for 1,000 li, they crossed a yellow-brown desert. It was another high and low hill. It was extremely similar to the previous one. And here, they had already passed the spatial fault. Xiao Hua released his divine sense. Unfortunately, when Xiao Hua explored the surrounding 10,000 li, he still didn't find any traces of the demon formation. Xiao Hua stood in the wind and snow and frowned. If Dongshan Yi killed Nyang Nyang, this is a bit troublesome. Just as Dai said, she's already gone. What's the use of revenge? Moreover, Nyang Nyang is a demon. She has fallen for a long time. Without a body, I have no way to revive her. Alas, why are things in this world so unsatisfactory? After half a day, Dai, and Yuanya also came over. Looking at their expressions, they didn't look optimistic. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He pointed at the 10,000 li in front of him and said, this old man has already checked. You wait, look again. No need. Dai's expression had already calmed down. She shook her head and said, since Nyang Nyang has already fallen, disciple can only accept this fact. Disciple now only wants to find Dongshan Yi and cut him into pieces to avenge Nyang Nyang. All right. Xiao Hua nodded, the matter of revenge will be left to you and Yuanya. With Yuanya's strength, there should be few opponents in the Dawn Rain continent. Yes, master. Yuanya bowed and said, you must have been busy with saving the world. This kind of grievance will be left to this disciple. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, you two don't need to return to the Kunlun Immortal Paradise. Go to the country of Shi first and inquire about Dongshan Yi's whereabouts. Thank you, Sect Master. Dai was obviously stronger and calmer than Xian Wan. She had immediately changed her mind when she saw that Nyang Nyang had fallen. Now that Xiao Hua had agreed to her request, she hurriedly bowed and said, Nyang Nyang's matter is important to disciple, but compared to our Fortune Gate's matter, it is trivial. Our Fortune Gate's high-level disciples are all in the 3 mainlands. Disciple and Yuanya should follow Sect Master for now. No need. Xiao Hua laughed and said, while you two search for information, also check out the situation on the Dawn Rain continent and lay the foundation for our Fortune Gate's establishment on the Dawn Rain continent. Yes, disciple understands. Dai hurriedly lowered her head and agreed. Yuanya looked around and asked, Master, is this the country of Shi? Where should we go? Xiao Hua smiled and pointed to the south. This is the north side of the country of Shi. That's the country of Shi. Further northeast is the Sky Patrol City, which is where this old man saved Dai. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly moved and he looked at Dai. Dai was a little confused as she didn't know why Xiao Hua had suddenly stopped. Don't be impatient. Xiaohua said and was about to teleport away, but after thinking for a while, he stopped and said to Yuanya and Dai, this old man will wait for you here. Go to the nearby cultivators and ask them where the Sky Patrol City is and how far it is from here. Yes, disciple understands. Dai, and Yuanya didn't dare to delay and hurriedly teleported away. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Dai, and Yuanya returned and reported, Master, the Sky Patrol City is in the direction you just pointed out, but it's still several 100,000 li away. Xiaohua clapped and laughed, That's right. That's right. Now that our cultivation is high, several 100,000 li is not far in our eyes. This is also the place where the goddess and Dai, escaped that day. It's also the place where Dai, was captured by a Dao cultivator disciple. However, during the auction in the Sky Patrol City, most of the cultivators were Foundation Establishment cultivators. There were very few Golden Core cultivators. Their flying speed was slow and the range they could reach was small. Although the terrain here is similar to Dai's memory, it's too far away from the Sky Patrol City. Presumably, it's not here. If we fly in the direction of the Sky Patrol City, we will definitely find other clues. Master, you're right, disciple just thought of it. Yuanya was not flattering Xiaohua, he really didn't think so much. As for Dai, she was too concerned. Seeing that she couldn't find the goddess, she couldn't help but feel confused. How could she think about the gap between her cultivation at that time and now? Then, Xiaohua led the two of them to release their divine senses and flew toward the Sky Patrol City. The three of them flew very slowly and carefully probed with their divine senses. However, after flying for a few days, they still couldn't find any trace of the demon array. During this period, the same hilly terrain appeared from time to time, but many places were still dominated by glaciers and mountains. Seeing that there were gradually snowy mountains and fewer hills, Dai's face turned ugly again. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it a tip, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5077. Half a day later, seeing that the ground was covered in snow, which was completely different from Dai's memory, the three simply sped up. Just as they were flying, Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed ahead. There is a hilly area with a radius of hundreds of miles in front, which is now covered by snow. Further ahead, there will be an ice river, which is where Sentry City is located. If there is nothing here. I'm afraid there really isn't anything here. Okay. Dai agreed, biting her lips lightly, urging her body to turn into a gust of wind and crash into the wind and snow. As he flew towards the hills in the distance, Xiaohua naturally released his divine sense. Unfortunately, when he flew closer, his divine sense had also carefully scanned the entire area within 1,000 li of the hills, but there was still no trace of the demon race's aura. Xiaohua couldn't help but curse in a low voice, damn it. When they flew to the hills, Yuanya and Dai's faces were disappointed again. However, Xiaohua still said, You wait and take a closer look. Yes, master. Yuanya knew that there was no hope, but he still took Dai's hand and flew towards the hills. Dai even urged her body to escape into the ground to explore. After a full hour, the two of them finally flew back. Obviously, they didn't find anything. Master. Dai's expression was a little excited at this time, and she replied, Disciple is sure that this is the place where Disciple and Empress were ambushed, because there is a hill in the distance that looks like. Demon King Mo saw, Disciple has some impression when she was unconscious and escaping, that's strange. Xiaohua frowned, there is no aura of a demon array within a radius of 10,000 miles, but there is, Xiaohua said, pointing to a very far corner, there is an aura of a magic array, which is very far from the ground, mixed with some fluctuations of a soul array. If there is no accident, it should be the remains of the battle between Dao cultivators and soul cultivators in Xiaoyu continent. Alas. Dai was helpless, she didn't find the remains of the magic array and soul array. Since Xiaohua could see it and said there was no aura of the demon clan, there must be no demon array within a radius of 10,000 miles, so Dai sighed, in that case, Dongshan Yi must have killed Empress and then removed the demon array. Let's go. Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand. However, after the three of them had flown for 100 miles, Xiaohua's heart suddenly shook, and he asked, this old man wants to ask you, have you heard of the Heavenly Feather Holy World? Dai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sect Master, I know. That is the holy land of our flying feather race. The Sky Rain Realm, Sky Rending Realm, and the Phoenix Sacred Realm of the Wind race have to go to the Holy Land every 10,000 years to select their holy maiden. Oh? If you don't know anything else, why do you remember it so clearly now? Xiaohua smiled and asked, if I'm not mistaken, Xianwan was previously the holy maiden of the Heavenly Blessing Palace, right? Since these words were asked by Xiaohua and not spoken by Dai also did not deny it. She nodded and said, that's right, it's precisely so. Otherwise, Demon King Mo Sa wouldn't have married my lady. Well, with the status of the Tianfu Palace in the 10,000 demon realm, Xianwan marrying Demon King Mo Sa from the original realm, should be climbing up the social ladder. Xiaohua nodded and asked again, then, have you heard the holy maiden talk about the Heavenly Feather Sacred Realm? Dai listened and was a little puzzled, so she respectfully said, Sect Master, I don't know why Master is asking about the Heavenly Feather Sacred Realm. Regarding the Heavenly Feather Sacred Realm, the Holy Maiden has told me a little. After all, there are some interesting things inside. However, as a member of the Wind race, I don't dare to reveal too much about the Sacred Realm secrets. Oh, it's like this. Xiaohua smiled and said, because when this old man was in the Yilin continent, that is, on the other side of the Wuming mountain range, I once heard that many years ago, many cultivators of my Daoist sect crossed over to the 10,000 demon realm. Of course, they have long fallen. This old man did not see any humans in the 10,000 demon realm. However, they went to the 10,000 demon realm in order to establish a sect. Naturally, they also brought cultivation technique jade slips and other things. Although they fell, what about these cultivation techniques? Did they leave them behind? This old man came and went in a hurry in the 10,000 demon realm and did not pay too much attention. When I just flew here, this old man suddenly had a thought. Do Xianwan and Dongshan Yi know my Dao sect's cultivation technique? They did not use it often in the 10,000 demon realm, but when they came to the Dawn Rain continent, their demon race's divine abilities were suppressed by the power of the realm. Do they know how to use Dao sect's magic? The thing that trapped the Holy Maiden was not a demon array, but a Dao sect's magic array, or perhaps a soul array. In fact, Xiaohua had another question in his heart. Naturally, it was related to the Kong clan of the Yilin continent. Since the Kong clan had a method to go to the Heavenly Feather Sacred Realm, it could be said that the Heavenly Feather Sacred Realm also had Dao sect's inheritance. Since Xianwan was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Blessing Palace, it was normal for her to know some Dao sect's magic. When Dai heard this, her face showed an excited expression and said anxiously, yes. Master is right. Although this disciple was still young at that time, this disciple vaguely remembered that I often mentioned the word magic to the holy maiden. If it was magic, it should be the Dao sect's magic. Also, this disciple seems to remember that there was a green light in the array that trapped the holy maiden. This light did not belong to a demon array. Of course. Most of the soul arrays have green light. This old man understands. Xiaohua immediately stopped and turned to look at the underground array and said, let's go. When we get back, whether or not it is the one that imprisoned the holy maiden, we should take a look first. After saying this, Xiaohua immediately urged the lightning escape and flew above the array in the blink of an eye. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a moment, and said to Dyer, who had just arrived, this array is a bit strange. Rather than calling it an array, it is better to call it a soul array. It seems to be attacking the soul. Moreover, there are some green seal characters in the soul array that block the aura in the center of the array. Even this old man can't see it clearly. If this soul array was set up by Dongshan Yi, she must be proficient in soul techniques. Soul techniques are forbidden in our 10,000 demon realm. No demon race can cultivate it. Dyer whispered, if those great sages find out, their race will be exterminated. In this world, there is no lack of humans and demons who are not afraid of death. Xiaohua himself was a Buddhist and soul cultivator. He said with emotion, maybe that Dongshan Yi practiced soul techniques. Then, Xiaohua waved his hand. Ka-cha-cha. A burst of thunder sounded. A thunder hand that was more than 10 mu in size appeared out of thin air and grabbed towards the soul array deep in the ground. Rumble. A huge roar sounded, and the entire ground shook. A light green light that was several mu in size like a chicken egg was pulled out. This. Dyer sensed for a moment, but she could not sense the Holy Maiden's aura. Moreover, she did not have much impression of the aura of this soul array. Xiaohua glanced at it and smiled, this is a shallow soul array. There is also a Dao sect array mixed in. In the center, there is something similar to a sealed space. The seal has traces of the Dao sect's 9 transformation golden pill. At the same time, it also has the power of the demon race's stars and moon. If there is no accident, it should be the Holy Maiden inside. Holy Maiden. Dyer cried tears of joy and was about to jump over. The soul array set up by Dongshani looked very strange, but in Dyer's eyes, it was not too troublesome to break, so she could not help but want to take action. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped her, Dyer, don't be anxious. Hearing this, Yuanya's figure swayed and immediately blocked in front of Dyer. Dyer turned her head and asked puzzledly, Sect Master, is there anything wrong? Of course. Xiaohua nodded and raised a hand to point at the green pattern that looked like a crawling centipede. He said, look at the outer layer of the soul array. This is the soul cultivator's green seal text, but this green seal text is already mutated and is not pure. This mutation is very insidious. Not only does it corrode the caster's body, but it also allows the caster to borrow the power of the soul to attack the besieger. The caster can use the soul array to absorb the power of the wandering souls nearby, so the besieger will most likely die. Then the Holy Maiden, she. Dyer asked worriedly, how is she? There's something like a sealed space inside the soul formation. It's filled with a holy aura. It's like the white light on the horn of a heavenly horse. This white light repels all evil and can even block the mutated green seal text. That's good. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Dyer breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Xiaohua changed his tone and said, however, this holy aura is a foreign object. Before using it, the caster seems to have been invaded by the green seal text, so the holy aura is no longer complete. After hundreds of years of erosion, the green seal text has already seeped into it, damn it. Dyer said anxiously, what should we do? Dyer. Yuanya frowned and said, wait for Master to finish. If he could make a move, he would have done it long ago. Disciple knows her mistake. Dyer was shocked and knew that she had lost her cool. She hurriedly stopped and flew back to Xiaohua's side and whispered. Xiaohua did not blame her and continued, however, since Dongshan Yi has not made a move yet, it means that the green seal text has not invaded the Holy Maiden's soul. Of course, I can't deny that Dongshan Yi has other plans, which is why he has kept the Holy Maiden alive until now. Oh right, head elder. Dyer suddenly thought of something and said, this sealed thing seems to be called a cocoon. It is a treasure from the original realm. It seems to be a gift from a great sage of the original realm. It is said that as long as one activates it, one's life will be saved. However, if one does not have the strength of a great sage, this cocoon will not be broken. Especially, this cocoon will turn into nothingness after a long time, and will be annihilated along with the person being protected. Dyer naturally did not know that Xiaohua had met many great sages in the 10,000 demon realm, and even killed 3 great sages of the demon clan. She was hiding something, but how could Xiaohua not know that this great sage was the Swift Cherry Great Sage? Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and... Chapter 5078. If it's something refined by the Swift Cherry Great Sage, then it's understandable. Xiaohua said indifferently, This thing is indeed powerful, but if it's activated by the Empress' strength as an oceanic powerhouse, it's beyond her ability, and it's inevitable that there will be some flaws. Swift Cherry Great Sage? Dai-er's eyes flashed with surprise, and she was secretly surprised. What this old man said is nothing. Xiaohua finally said, this old man can break it with a wave of my hand. The most troublesome thing is that Nyang's soul, body, and so on are connected to this cocoon. As long as there are any abnormal movements in the cocoon, she will sense it and immediately react from inside. In other words, the faster this old man breaks the array, the faster the Empress will die. This. Dai-er was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect the Empress to be so decisive, leaving no way out. But thinking about it carefully, being surrounded by Dongshan Yi, wasn't it a dead end? If it weren't for the existence of Xiaohua, who would know that Xian Wan was trapped here, and who would come to save her? As Xiaohua spoke, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction with a smile. Of course, the most important thing is that since this soul formation has been activated, Dong Shani will definitely sense it. With Dong Shani here, we naturally have hope of breaking the formation. Damn it. Dai-er smiled bitterly and cursed, blaming herself. This disciple was too worried. Please forgive this disciple. You were worried before because you were worried about the Empress, but now, it's because you are afraid of this place. Xiaohua smiled. Dai-er, you still haven't experienced enough. Seeing the place where you were heavily injured when you were young, your heart's foundation is shaken. From the perspective of my Dao sect, it's an unstable Dao heart. I'm not too sure about Xian Wan's aptitude, but your aptitude is excellent. This old man has high hopes for you. If you have time in the future, you should learn more about the demonic spear with Yuanya, and use the demonic qi to sharpen your mind. Yes, this disciple understands. Dai-er's heart trembled, and she hurriedly bowed. It's good that you understand. Xiaohua nodded and rubbed his hands again. Lightning bolts as thin as hair shot out from the void and pierced into the soul formation like needles. Following the insertion of the lightning needles, the hundreds of dark green ribbons of light slowly stopped moving, like dead poisonous snakes stopped within the light. Then, Xiaohua opened his mouth. Rumble. A few fist-sized green seal characters fell into the air. The void became extremely distorted. The green seal characters turned into strange tentacles and grabbed at the dark green ribbons of light. Zzzzz. The ribbons of light let out hissing sounds as they were slowly pulled out. However, the band of light had only been pulled up a few feet when the holy white light on the left began to sway violently. A faint sense of violence was suddenly born. Troublesome. Xiaohua frowned. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand and a shackling force landed on the white light. The berserk force instantly calmed down. However, at the same time that the berserk force calmed down, strands of fine lines started to appear within the white light. Forget it. Xiaohua hurriedly let go. Then, the green seal characters turned into tentacles and quickly dissipated. The dark green ribbons of light once again fell into the white light. The white light also swayed a few times before returning to normal. After pausing for a moment, Xiaohua transmitted a few words. Unfortunately, this cocoon was refined by the fast cherry grand sage. Xiaohua's transmission couldn't enter, so Xian Wan inside naturally couldn't detect it. Dai hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Yuanya. Yuanya gave her a smile and said, "Don't worry, Dai-er. Master is waiting for Dong Shan Yi. He is very careful and likes to go with the flow. If Dong Shan Yi can help solve it, that's the best. Master won't have to take the risk. If Dong Shan Yi can't solve it, Master will use other divine arts. In short, Master will definitely be able to save the Empress." Xiaohua looked at Yuanya curiously. Yuanya was right. Xiaohua didn't use many of his divine arts. It didn't mean that he couldn't solve it. The worst thing was that Xiaohua could send the complete soul formation into the space. Everything would be as easy as lifting a finger. While they were talking, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head slightly, looked out, and said with a smile, "Huh? How could it be her? She came quickly." Dai and Yuanya hurriedly released their divine senses. Unfortunately, in the wind and snow, they didn't see any traces of cultivators. After the time it took to eat a meal, a probing divine sense descended from the sky at the location Xiao Hua had previously explored. When it saw Xiao Hua and the others clearly, it quietly withdrew. Then, a figure flitted across the red clouds and a slightly surprised voice fell along with the snowflakes. Huh? Who are you? What are you doing here? When the voice disappeared, a female cultivator wearing a rainbow-colored bird feather dress stepped on the red clouds and landed. This woman looked very beautiful. She had a goose egg-shaped face and a pair of eyes that could be happy or angry. The woman's gaze swept over Xiao Hua and the others, then looked at the light of the soul formation again. Seeing that it wasn't Dong Shan Yi, Dai, was a little surprised. She looked at Xiao Hua and cupped her hands towards the female cultivator. This one is Yuan Dai. May I know who you are? Yuan Dai. The female cultivator looked at Dai, then at Yuanya and Xiao Hua. Who are you? What are you doing here? Who are you? Yuanya asked with some displeasure. Like Xiao Hua, he had already concealed his cultivation. How could this female cultivator see through it? You don't even recognize me. The female cultivator laughed. It seems that you are sword cultivators from Huan country? It seems that you are a very famous cultivator in the Cultivation 3 countries? Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled. May I ask what your name is? I am Fairy Yingzhua from Xuanyan School. The female cultivator said haughtily, How dare you trespass into the territory of the state of Shi without the consent of the state of Shi? Oh, so it is Fairy Yingzhua. Xiao Hua nodded. I am Xiao Hua. I have long heard of Fairy's name. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I have met you, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. Xiao Hua. Hearing Xiao Hua call himself Fairy Yingzhua frowned and asked curiously, You are a Dao cultivator disciple? That's right. Xiao Hua smiled. I was Shang Huaming's disciple in the beginning. Later, Shang Huaming was killed by 3 nascent soul cultivators. I joined the Imperial Thunder sect. However, my luck was bad and I was expelled from the sect. You. Fairy Yingzhua was shocked. You are really Xiao Hua? You are actually still alive? Of course. Xiao Hua smiled sweetly and replied. If I am not alive, who can avenge Shang Huaming's blood feud for my pitiful master? Damn it. Fairy Yingzhua cursed in a low voice. Her figure flashed and she suddenly pounced towards Xiao Hua. At the same time, the tyrant spring bud that she had hidden in her hands suddenly shot out. At the tip of the slender and beautiful rod, a large flower bud was about to bloom. As the flower bud bloomed, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the surrounding sky surged over and gradually condensed into a silken form beside the flower bud. When the flower bud bloomed into a fresh flower, Fairy Yingzhua let out a thunderous shout. Qi, her hand seemed to be pulling a heavy object as she slowly waved it. Countless thin threads streaked through the air near the flower bud, bringing along even more heaven and earth spiritual qi in the surroundings and pierced towards Xiao Hua. As these thin threads streaked through the air, they let out a piercing sound and tore apart the nearby void. The entire thin thread transformed into a large net, almost completely enveloping Xiao Hua's body. Seeing Fairy Yingzhua make her move, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He looked at the void shattering and the magic treasure condensing, yet he said in a lonely voice, What a pity. Fairy Yingzhua was actually taken over by Dongshan Yi. Even if I want to take revenge, I can't. I don't know if I should thank you or kill you. Speaking to here, Xiao Hua looked towards Yuanya and said, Make your move. However, let her live, let's see how we can save the Empress. Shua. Just as Xiao Hua was speaking, Fairy Yingzhua's tyrant spring bud had already hit Xiao Hua. However, just as Fairy Yingzhua was dumbstruck, the heavy threads fell through the air, as if Xiao Hua's figure was merely an illusion. However, the experienced and knowledgeable Dongshan Yi understood that this was a spatial divine ability. Xiaohua looked like he was in the same space as her, but in reality, long before the tyrant spring bud fell, Xiaohua had already escaped into another space. Seeing this, how could Dongshan not know that Xiaohua's strength was too much stronger than hers? She didn't have time to be shocked. Black gas surged around her body and she transformed to escape. Kill! Yuanya roared, holding the bone spear in his hand. He revealed his strength and stabbed towards Dongshan. Ah! Seeing the layers of demonic aura on the bone spear, waves of demonic dragon aura that could kill her 10,000 times, not only did it seal the demonic aura and magic power in her body, it even sealed the space of several hundred feet around her. Only then did Dongshan truly realize the danger she was in. But seeing her cry out in fear, she once again took advantage of the situation and waved the tyrant spring bud. Pu pu pu. Endless rumbling sounds came from the void, layer after layer of threads were extinguished by the demonic aura, the illusion of the flower was pierced by the demonic spear, and finally, with a loud bang, the tyrant spring bud was pierced by the Yuanying's demonic spear. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a fist-sized hole pierced through the handle of the tyrant spring bud, and several cracks also appeared near the hole. The demonic aura surged like a tidal wave in front of Dongshan, and the tip of the demonic spear that could pierce through a mountain with just a slight movement was pressed between Dongshan eyebrows. Dongshan naturally wouldn't give up without a fight. She narrowed her eyes, the demonic aura surged around her body, and she was about to resist again, but at this moment, Shua. Hundreds of holy flames soared into the sky, like a tsunami, shrouding the space of nearly 100 miles. In the flames, Dire spread her wings and revealed her true form, her elegant neck slightly bent, and her head that was more beautiful than Empress Xianwan's proudly raised. The unique nobility of the Swan clan was inadvertently revealed between her delicate eyebrows. And now, there was an indescribable murderous aura in that nobility. The whistling of the light was like the anger that had accumulated in Dire's heart for hundreds of years, and the aura that was comparable to a moon elite was even more vast than the sky. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5079. How? How is this possible? You. Which elite of the heavenly fortune palace are you? Dongshan was shocked. Facing Yuanya, she might not have been able to gauge Qin Yuanya's strength, but facing Dai, she clearly knew that her little bit of strength was not even comparable to a little wolf cub in front of Dai. She tactfully withdrew her resistance and cried out in shock, "Why haven't I seen you before? Of course you've seen the moon elites from 700 years ago." Dai's body was like a crescent moon as she stood in the air. Her holy flames illuminated everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers, and the snowflakes that fell into the center of the flames turned into nothingness. Dai's voice was a little lazy, but also a little arrogant. She said coldly, "But what about the moon elites from 700 years ago? How could you have seen them all?" But Dongshan said one word and then closed his mouth. His eyes, already glowing green, looked at the soul formation in the distance and began to ponder. Dongshan. Dai said faintly, "If you want to live, quickly release the Empress from the formation." He. When Dongshan heard this, her heart settled. The demonic chi around her body slowly retracted, revealing Fairy Ingjua's body. She smiled and said, "Junior can naturally release Xianwan from inside, but Junior would like to ask Senior to agree to Junior's two small requests." "Speak." Dai asked without hesitation. "It's very simple." Dongshan replied quickly, "Senior must first promise not to let Xianwan hurt Junior. Secondly, when Xianwan returns to the 10,000 demon realm, she will give Junior the void sea primordial water of Demon King Mo Sa." Damn it. Dai finally understood why Dongshan chased her from the 10,000 demon realm to the Dawn Rain continent. She cursed in her heart, "So it's for the void sea primordial water." However, Dai hesitated and said, "The void sea primordial water belongs to Demon King Mo Sa. I can't guarantee that the Empress can get it from him, but I promise she won't hurt you." Of course the Empress can't hurt Junior now, but what about Senior and the others? Dong Shan-yi realized that her request was wrong and quickly corrected it. Glanced at Xiaohua, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, we won't do anything." All right. When Dong Shan-yi heard this, he was relieved. He smiled and said, "Senior, please wait a moment." After he finished speaking, Dong Shan-yi's body once again emitted black gas. Strands of dark green light also surged out from the black gas like spirit snakes. When the black gas turned into a black robe, it covered Dong Shan-yi's body. Roar! Dong Shan-yi let out a wolf howl. His body rapidly expanded. He abandoned Fairy Yingzhua's human form and turned into a wolf. "Senior, please stand back a bit." Dong Shan-yi's voice was slightly hoarse. As he spoke, he flew to the front of the array. He looked at the soul array that Xiaohua pulled out of thin air. His dark green eyes looked at Xiaohua and Yuanya. Then, with a roar, the thousands of strands of green light around him turned into threads. It was like the light from a magic treasure from before that rushed towards the soul array. Wang wang. The green light was naturally formed by small green seal scripts. When these green seal scripts touched the soul array, the green light above the soul array was immediately attracted. It slowly rotated and fell towards Dong Shan-yi's position. Following the roar of the soul array, layers of strange halos began to emerge from the soul array's holy flames. They turned into rings and entered Dong Shan-yi's body. Sigh. Xiaohua saw this and sighed, "You really brought this upon yourself." After that, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a green seal script the size of a fist flew out. This green seal script flashed with a pure dark green color. It rushed between Dong Shan-yi and the soul array like a meteor. Woo-woo. The green seal script turned into a strange screeching sound. A mysterious force was born from the void and instantly cut off the connection between Dong Shan-yi and the soul array. Even the green seal script's counterattack was like a river flowing backwards into Dong Shan-yi's body. Ah! Dong Shan-yi screamed and flew back. His body was covered in a bloody light. Large pieces of flesh fell from the black gas. There were also faint traces of green light entwining on the flesh. "You. Who are you? Why do you know the forbidden technique of my 10,000 demon realm?" Dong Shan-yi stood in the air. The black gas on his body was dim, but the green light was strong. On his ferocious wolf head, he couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Xiaohua would not answer his question. He only said coldly, "This old man gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but you don't know how to cherish it. You dare to use the spirit-changing technique in front of this old man. Do you think we are all idiots?" Ha ha ha. Seeing that his plan was seen through, Dong Shan-yi raised his head and laughed. "What's wrong? I'm already like this. What can you do to me? You can just kill me. I don't want to live anymore." Since the forbidden technique is called a forbidden technique, it is naturally not something an ordinary human or demon can bear. Xiaohua had already seen through Dong Shan-yi's suffering. He said lightly, "The green seal script is the sound of heaven and earth, the sound of ghosts and gods. You, an ordinary demon, dare to pry into the ghosts and gods of heaven and earth. Isn't it obvious that you will be cursed? You must have trapped Xian Wan because you want to possess her Feng clan's demon body. Are you preparing to struggle at death's door for a few more days? However, this old man will also tell you that even if you possess her body, you won't be able to live for long. The backlash of the forbidden technique is the soul, not the body. You have already possessed Yingzhua Fairy, you must already know this flaw. You know that you can never escape this curse, right?" "That's right." Dong Shan-yi endured the double pain from his soul and body. He gritted his teeth and said, "It is because I discovered this flaw after possessing Yingzhua Fairy that I didn't force Xian Wan further. Otherwise, I would have already done it." "Oh. If that's the case." Xiaohua smiled, "You must have other uses for Xian Wan. Do you want to know?" Dong Shan-yi looked at Xiaohua and realized something. He actually bargained. Xiaohua waved his hand. You don't need to act smart in front of this old man. If this old man wants to know, I just need to save Xianwan from this soul array. Why ask you? Ha. Dong Shani laughed even louder. Since you can do it, why don't you? You are afraid of harming Xianwan's soul, right? Damn it. Dai was furious and shouted, how can you know the head elder's abilities? If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that my empress would misunderstand and think that you did it, he would have broken the array long ago. Empress? Dongshan Yi suddenly woke up and looked at Dai in disbelief. You are actually called Empress Xianwan? You are the little duck from back then? Ha ha ha. Dai laughed with grief and indignation. Yes, it is me. I am the little duck that was almost killed by you back then. Dongshan Yi was stunned and whispered, how is that possible? This has only been 600 years, right? How can you become a moon elite? And you are not restricted by the laws of this realm? My upper race's opportunity, how can a wolf demon of a lower race know about it? Dai sneered. Dongshan Yi was angry and said, so what if I am of a lower race? Are lower races destined to not surpass upper races? I am just a white swan trampled on by a toad, what is there to be proud of? If your heavenly fortune palace is so powerful, why would you give your saintess to Archfiend Mo Sa? Look at Archfiend Mo Sa, I would rather die than marry him. With that, Dong Shani looked up to the sky and shouted, heavens, why are you so unfair? I spent so much effort to cultivate, gave up the easy way to enter the narrow door, gave up my wolf race's cultivation method, and cultivated a forbidden technique. I suffered so much in these years, why can't you look at me? I just want to borrow Archfiend Mo Sa's void sea primordial water to refine my demon body. I just want to borrow the Wind Clan's heavenly pure feather to enter the heavenly feather sacred world to find the source of the forbidden technique. Why is it so difficult? Heavenly pure feather? Xiao Hua frowned and looked at Dai, thoughtfully. Dai faltered slightly before a joyful expression appeared on her face, and she also exclaimed in a low voice, Tian Jiayu? Yes, use heavenly pure feather. How can I be so stupid? Then, Dai shouted, head elder, disciple knows how to inform empress. Heavenly pure feather? What is that? As Xiao Hua spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Dai was a bit embarrassed and whispered, heavenly pure feather is the Wind Clan's sacred object that disciple mentioned to head elder. It was also the object that disciple hid in disciple's body when she risked her life to send me out. Dongshan Yi was stunned and shouted, how is that possible? Xianwan, didn't she marry Archfiend Mo Sa long ago? She is no longer the Wind Clan's holy maiden, how can she still have heavenly pure feather? What do you know? Dai said proudly, my empress is as pure as jade, even if she married into a Mo Sa palace, she is still a holy maiden. Naturally, she can still keep heavenly pure feather. That damned Xianwan. Dongshan Yi gritted her teeth and cursed. Then she mocked, poor toad. AI. Xiao Hua heard and couldn't help but think of Archfiend Mo Sa. Although Archfiend Mo Sa's appearance was just passable and couldn't match Xianwan, he was really good to Xianwan, so he sighed and said, it should be the respectable Archfiend Mo Sa. Dai heard and also said with deep veneration, that's right, head elder is right. When disciple was young, disciple felt injustice towards empress, but after thinking about it these years, Archfiend Mo Sa was really good to empress. He built Qin School Palace for Empress and gave her the cocoon of the rapid cherry sage, but without Empress's consent, he wouldn't even take a step into Qin School Palace. Moreover, because my Wind Clan has been unable to choose the next holy maiden, Archfiend Mo Sa has never stayed in Qin School Palace. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote for a recommendation vote, collect, reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5080. What can't be obtained, always feels precious. Xiao Hua nodded and said, and what can be obtained? Never know how to cherish. The human race is like this, the demon race is also the same. Junior understands. Deeply looked at Yuanya, who didn't seem to understand romance and only stared at Dongshan Yi to prevent her from escaping. Junior will not follow in Empress' footsteps. With that, Dai's right wing flashed and a holy feather of light flew out. The moment this feather of light appeared, it emitted an extremely pure aura. Countless swan-like rays of light shot out from this feather of light and rushed into the void. Headmaster, this is the pure sky feather, forgive disciple for concealing it earlier. Said somewhat embarrassedly and seemed to want to deliver the pure sky feather to Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already seen the pure sky feather in the space. He slightly smiled and waved his hand. This object is pure and holy, it doesn't have to go through this old man's hands. You can use your own technique to let Empress know. Thank you, headmaster, for forgiving disciple for concealing it. Lowering her proud head, the pure sky feather landed near the soul formation with a flap of her wings. Swoosh. Without waiting for the pure sky feather to get close, those centipede-like green lights flowing inside the soul formation immediately reacted and flew out of the light shadow and pounced towards the pure sky feather with bared fangs and brandished claws. The pure sky feather slightly trembled like a weak woman, the light flames retracted and actually seemed to be retreating. Sigh. Xiaohua didn't expect the pure sky feather to be so afraid of filthy things. He immediately thought of the timid and cautious Featherwind King he saw in the 10,000 demon realm. Thus, he sighed and raised his hand. Ka-cha-cha. 3 corpses in thunder exploded and instantly extinguished the green lights coming out of the soul formation. Once the filth in the space was gone, the pure sky feather spun again like it was dancing and fell towards the soul formation. In front of the pure sky feather, Xiaohua's 3 corpses in thunder didn't disperse but turned into a thunder golden armor and killed all the green lights coming out. Which thunder? Dongshan Yi saw the power of the 3 corpses in lightning and cried out in her heart. Her face was ashen. She clearly knew that her little taboo power was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of this human cultivator named Xiaohua. The pure heavenly feather landed gracefully on the soul formation like light dust brushing against one's face and a light mist dispersing. The pure heavenly feather landed gracefully on the soul formation. The moment the swan-like light touched the light of the pure heavenly feather, the entire pure heavenly feather froze. After the time it took to eat a meal, there was no change to the pure heavenly feather. Instead, the light of the pure heavenly feather continued to pour into the pure heavenly feather. Then, with a boom, the light of the pure heavenly feather exploded. Pure and holy light threads were drawn out like moonlight. At the same time, a whirlpool had appeared in the originally dark sky. The whirlpool tore apart the dark clouds and the full moon peeked out. Right at this moment, Xiaohua faintly smiled. The countless soul threads between his brows turned into countless tentacles that fell down and grabbed all of the green light in the soul formation at the same time. Then, she heard the sound of the earth shaking, rumble. All of the green light was extracted. Dongshan Yi was once again dumbstruck. The great spirit switching formation that she had carefully arranged was easily broken by Xiaohua just like that. Swoosh. Under the moonlight, a pure white swan whose body was covered in dark green light spots and black spots appeared, as if it had just hatched from a light egg. That ostentatious and flamboyant pure white wings were so elegant, and that lazy neck of the swan seemed to see everything in the world as dust. An aura that made people feel pity for the swan turned into a cool breeze, and along with the moonlight, it turned the surrounding few miles into a young girl's dreamland. Nyang nyang. Dyer sobbed. She spread her wings and was about to rush into the light. Dyer? Nyang Nyang's lazy and unhurried voice sounded. There is a vicious curse here. Don't be anxious. Come closer, Nyang Nyang, don't be anxious. Xiaohua's gentle voice sounded. This one is Xiaohua. This one will immediately help you remove the witchcraft curse. Oh, okay. Nyang Nyang's golden eyes moved slightly. It was unknown if she saw Xiaohua clearly. However, hearing his familiar voice, Nyang Nyang smiled and replied. Ka-cha-cha. Lightning struck, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Clear rain surged, the cleansing heaven purifying earth technique that hadn't been used in a long time was used. The lightning and rain controlled the space around Nyang Nyang. Seeing the lightning extinguish the dark green dots around Nyang Nyang's body and the rain wash away the black decay, a perfect and pure Xian Wan was reborn in the light. Dong Shanyi's jealousy reached its peak. Finally, a rainbow several zhang in size appeared from the cleansing heaven purifying earth technique and fell into Xian Wan's body. The 9 colors of light were like a feather coat that appeared on Xian Wan's body. Then, it slowly faded. Huh? Xian Wan's surprised voice sounded. Xiaohua, your forbidden technique is actually this powerful? As Xian Wan's voice fell, rumble. The spiritual exchange array collapsed bit by bit, and the surrounding space also collapsed inch by inch. However, what made Xian Wan very puzzled was that these spatial forces that could tear apart her light feathers didn't even touch a single feather on her body. Xian Wan looked at the collapsed formation with interest and a pensive look appeared in his golden eyes. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the space returned to normal. Xian Wan retracted his wings and returned to his human form. Nyang Nyang. Dyer also turned back into her human form. With tears on her face, she threw herself in front of Xian Wan like a child who saw her mother. Xian Wan smiled and opened her arms to embrace Dyer. She stroked Dyer's hair and said lovingly, Dyer, I haven't seen you for so long. You've grown up. Woo woo. Dyer cried. Yes, Nyang Nyang, I've grown up. I missed you so much. Silly child. Xian Wan smiled gracefully. Haven't we met again? Xiaohua didn't step forward. He only looked up at the Nyang Nyang before. He only felt a sense of familiarity and respect. Now that he looked at her again, it was a shocking feeling. No wonder the heavenly blessing palace made her the saintess. No wonder Demon King Masa doted on her so much. No wonder the heartless great sage Ming Hua had feelings for her. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the bright moon in the sky witnessed Xian Wan's escape. She pulled back the red clouds to cover her tracks and the dancing snowflakes fell again. Dyer got up from the Nyang Nyang's embrace and wiped the tears on her face. She whispered, Nyang Nyang, you were trapped by Dongshan Yi. It was all thanks to Daoist Xiao. Otherwise, this servant wouldn't know how to save you. Xian Wan nodded. She tidied up her transformed palace dress and bowed to Xiaohua. Xian Wan thanks Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Xian Wan bow. He raised his hand and smiled. Nyang Nyang's grace to this Xiao is like a mountain. This Xiao should repay Nyang Nyang. Nyang Nyang doesn't need to be so polite. Xian Wan knew that Xiaohua's magic power was profound, but she still underestimated him. Under the bow, she truly felt Xiaohua's magic power as thick as the earth. She couldn't help but be shocked. She asked curiously, Daoist Xiao, why are you all so strong? Even Dyer. I'm afraid she's a star realm expert, right? Could it be that I've been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years? Why do I feel like it's only been 1,000 years? Hee, Nyang Nyang, this servant has now stepped on the edge of the moon realm. Dyer smiled, as if she was showing off something fun to her loved ones. Nyang Nyang, everyone has their own opportunities. There's no need to talk about this. Xiaohua said, you remember correctly. It should be 600 or 700 years. Oh. Xian Wan nodded. She didn't ask any more questions and smiled. Then, what about Xiao Huang? Xiao Huang is cultivating in the Kunlun paradise. It's not convenient for him to come out and see Nyang Nyang. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and replied, however, although his strength is not comparable to Dyer's now, Dyer will not be able to reach him in the future. Xian Wan wasn't surprised. She nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, he should be the holy beast Di Ting, right? It should be. Xiaohua nodded. But he still has a long way to go. He has only taken a few steps now. Di Ting? Dongshan Yi's brain was really not enough. She really didn't know who to provoke, but she had to provoke Xian Wan. Who is this? Xianwan naturally saw Yuanya long ago. Yuanya's fierce demonic energy made Xianwan uncomfortable, so she frowned. Dai saw Xianwan frown and knew something was wrong. She hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Nyang Nyang, his name is Yuanya. He is this servant's, damn it." Xiaohua also knew something was wrong. He cursed in a low voice, "This Xiao should let Yuanya save Xianwan." Xianwan nodded slightly and said, "I understand." He. Xiaohua smiled awkwardly and said to Yuanya, "Yeah, come and greet Nyang Nyang. You must have heard about it from Dai. Yes, master." Yuanya obeyed Xiaohua's words and flew over and bowed to Xianwan. Seeing this, Xiaohua said to Xianwan, "Nyang Nyang, this is this Xiao's disciple. His name is Yuanya. Although he has a demonic spear and cultivates demonic arts, he is a true man. His heart is magnanimous and his actions are just and honorable." Xianwan smiled and waved her hand. "Yuanya's strength is probably much higher than this queen's. This queen does not dare to accept such a bow. There is no need." Saying this, Xianwan habitually urged her magic power to stop Yuanya. Unfortunately, Yuanya only had Xiaohua in his eyes and ignored Xianwan's attempt to stop him. He still bowed and ignored Xianwan's magic power. Xianwan frowned and wanted to urge the power of the stars and moon, but Yuanya had already lowered his head. She had no choice but to turn her body slightly to show that she was ignoring him. Yuanya got up. Seeing Xianwan like this, he also frowned and a trace of anger appeared in his heart. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. While muttering in his heart that no one was perfect, he waved his hand and motioned for Yuanya to withdraw first. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and Chapter 5081. Dai. Xianwan watched Yuanya leave and said to Dai, "I've already told you what the Wind Clan's holy maiden needs to do. All the rules are engraved in the Heavenly Fortune Palace. You've been studying the pure heavenly feather for many years, so you should know better, right? Self-cleanliness is the most important rule." "Yes, Empress." Dai was a little confused, but she suddenly felt uneasy. "This servant knows what you're talking about, but what does it have to do with this servant?" "Empress is my Heavenly Fortune Palace's holy maiden. I've already married into the Masa Palace. The reason I still keep the pure heavenly feather is because the Heavenly Fortune Palace hasn't found a suitable holy maiden." Xianwan said calmly, "Now, I've been infected by the witchcraft curse and am no longer pure. Moreover, I originally wanted you to bring the pure heavenly feather to the 10,000 demon world, but it has accompanied you for nearly 1,000 years. You've already been recognized by the pure heavenly feather, so there's no need for the Heavenly Fortune Palace to find another holy maiden. Your strength is enough to be my Heavenly Fortune Palace's holy maiden." "Empress." Dai hurriedly knelt. Dai, how can I be a holy maiden? Are you a member of my Wind Clan?" Xianwan asked. "Yes." Dai answered without any hesitation. "Since that's the case, you should know how important the holy maiden is to my Wind Clan. You should be brave enough to bear the responsibility." Xianwan pointed at the pure heavenly feather. Sure enough, the pure heavenly feather ignored Xianwan's aura and floated to Dai's head. Xianwan smiled and said, "Dai, look, the pure heavenly feather has recognized you as its holy maiden. It's not nonsense." Dai knelt in the air with mixed feelings. She really didn't expect that the holy maiden she had painstakingly rescued would have such an unforeseen event. Dai couldn't help turning to look at Yuanya. Xiaohua opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Dai wasn't a Fortune Gate disciple, and she was indeed a Wind Clan's demon spirit. He didn't have the right to interfere with the holy maiden's appearance, right? Not to mention that the pure heavenly feather had already recognized Dai. Dai retracted her gaze and whispered, "You are already my Wind Clan saintess, there is no need to call yourself a servant." Xian stopped Dai from arguing and smiled. From now on, you can also be called Xia Dai. I wouldn't dare. Dai bit her lips and said in a low voice, Dai already has a name. Oh. Xia Wei frowned. What's your name? Yuan Dai. Dai seemed to have steeled her heart. Her voice was still rather loud, which made Xia Wei unhappy. Yuan Dai. Xian eyes glowed with a golden light, but it quickly disappeared. He then said, the name of the Wind Clan's saintess cannot be blasphemed. Only the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Fortune Palace can confirm this. Let's talk about this later. Yes, Empress. Dai lowered her head, and Ren Tianjiayu landed on her head. Empress. Xiaohua at the side couldn't help but say, the so-called purity still focuses on the state of mind, not the appearance and body. Xiaohua's words were not without sarcasm, but unfortunately, Xian ignored him. She watched the pure heavenly feather merge into Dai's body, then smiled and turned to Xiaohua, Spiritual Master Xiao, this Empress thanks you again. However, this Empress still has to rush back to the 10,000 demon realm and safely send the new saintess back to the Heavenly Fortune Palace. This great kindness can be thanked later. No need. Xiaohua helplessly waved his hand and said, our karma has already been settled, there is no need to say thanks. Good, in that case, this Empress will take her leave. Xian pulled Dai and let her get up and fly away. How should we deal with the Wolf Clan? Xiaohua pointed at Dongshan Yi and asked. Xian glanced at Dongshan Yi as if she had seen a speck of dust and said lightly, since it was captured by Spiritual Master Xiao, it will naturally be handled by Spiritual Master Xiao. How Spiritual Master Xiao deals with it is Spiritual Master Xiao's business, it has nothing to do with this Empress. After saying that, Xian pulled Dai and urged her body to fly away. Damn it. Seeing Xian and Dai leave, Xiaohua couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Laozi guessed the process, but Laozi never would have guessed this ending. Hee, did you see? Dongshan Yi sneered, this is Xian, this is the Wind Clan's holy maiden. She looks holy, but in reality, she is a *****. She was forced by Heavenly Blessing Palace to marry Demon King Mo Sa. Do you know what Demon King Mo Sa's true form is? A toad, huh? Don't you humans have a saying called a toad wants to eat swan meat? That toad wants to eat swan meat. Oh, that's not right, so far the toad hasn't eaten swan meat. This is nothing, in her heart, she is still thinking. Pa. Not waiting for Dongshan Yi to finish, Xiaohua slapped Dongshan Yi's face and interrupted him, coldly saying, you are wrong. In your opinion. Xian is doing shady business, but in this Zhao's opinion, she is worthy of respect. This Xiao clearly feels that she has mishandled Dai, but this Xiao knows that this is what she should do as a holy maiden. Don't you think that she has the strength to pursue her own happiness, but for the Heavenly Blessing Palace, she endured the humiliation of marrying a toad? Don't you think that she could have flown away with her lover, but she still kept her chastity, living alone in Mo Sa Palace? Don't look at anything from your own point of view. Hee, you're right, but what about your disciple? Dongshan Yi looked at Yuanya with schadenfreude. He's probably going to be alone for the rest of his life, isn't he? Hee. Xiaohua sneered, even an Origin World's Demon King Mo Sa can make Heavenly Blessing Palace's Featherwind King marry a holy maiden. Can't my Fortune Gate's personal disciple kill his way to the Heavenly Blessing Palace? Xiaohua then turned to Yuanya, yeah, disciple is here. Yuanya bowed. Master's karma with Holy Maiden has been settled. Xiaohua instructed, my Fortune Gate has nothing to do with the Heavenly Blessing Palace. As you can see, Dai has already acknowledged Yuan Dai, and she has you in her heart. You shouldn't let her down, you can do whatever you want, even if you kill your way to the Heavenly Blessing Palace with the Devil Spear, Master will support you. Also, don't worry, no matter what you do, my Fortune Gate will support you. What Heavenly Blessing Palace? What Wind Clan? Even if it's the Origin World, you don't have to be afraid. Go to the 10,000 demon world and turn it upside down. Yes, master. Yuanya smiled, although didn't send me a message. Disciple already understood the look in her eyes. After she sends Xianwan back to the 10,000 demon world and returns the pure sky feather to the Wind Clan, Junior will kill his way to the sky rain world with the bone spear. Mary Very good. The 10,000 demon world's demon race killed my profound alliance's cultivators. It's time for them to taste the power of the human race. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, go give the Swift Cherry Grand Sage a surprise. Xiao Hua then looked at Dongshan Yi and said, since Xianwan didn't kill you, this old man naturally won't kill you. However, this old man won't let you go. After all, you took over Fairy Yingzhua's body, so you should bear the karma of Fairy Yingzhua. Let this old man ask you, which nascent soul realm cultivators killed Shang Huaming? When Zhang Qingxiao came back to life, she once said that she killed Shang Huaming's nascent soul, but his cultivation was shallow at that time, so he couldn't see who it was. Zhang Qingxiao's words were all guesses, and Zhang Qingxiao naturally sent a disciple to investigate Long Dan. Xiao Hua also saw Long Dan, but he couldn't confirm who it was. Of course, there were many nascent soul realm cultivators in the three countries, but those who knew about the existence of Little White Dragon were definitely the nascent soul realm cultivators in the country of Shi. Fairy Yingzhua was the sect master of Xuanyan School, so she must be the main suspect in Zhang Qingxiao's suspicion. Therefore, when Xiao Hua saw Fairy Yingzhua appear, he immediately probed. At this time, Fairy Yingzhua was originally Dongshan Yi's body, so most of Fairy Yingzhua's memories were clear, so Xiao Hua immediately found out the truth. Dongshan Yi didn't hide anything. She thought for a moment and said, since you already know some, then I might as well tell you everything. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore. The others can forget about being happy. Dongshan Yi told him everything she knew, including everything that happened at Shang Huaming's place that night. Hearing that 3 nascent soul realm cultivators killed Little White Dragon, who had crossed the Thunder Tribulation, and casually killed Xiao Yuehong, who was only in the Foundation Establishment realm, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao, who were in the Qi Refining realm, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. These nascent soul realm cultivators really didn't treat low-level cultivators as human beings. After saying that, Dongshan Yi looked at Xiao Hua and said, that's how it is. I have nothing to hide. Quickly do it. Now I've been suffering from the backlash of this forbidden technique day and night. Elder Wu's body and soul can't bear it. Xiao Hua listened and pinched his chin, thinking secretly. Dongshan Yi said it clearly. After killing Shang Huaming and the other 2 cultivators and destroying Little White Dragon's body, they didn't catch up with Little White Dragon's soul. The 3 of them divided Little White Dragon's body and inner core, and then returned to their respective sections. Fairy Yingzhua had been stuck in the late nascent soul realm for a long time and couldn't break through the bottleneck to enter the spirit-severing realm. Sun Yunzi's python dragon core couldn't be refined for a long time, so Fairy Yingzhua could only ask Dongshan Yi for help. Just as Xiao Hua thought, although the human cultivators of the Xian Alliance were killed by the demon race of the 10,000 demon realm, their cultivation methods were leaked out. Especially some low-level demon spirits, they didn't have their own cultivation methods, so they naturally used the cultivation methods of the human race to cultivate. Moreover, they modified it according to the differences of each demon race. Coincidentally, in order to break through in the early years, Dongshan Yi had studied the 9 transformation golden core cultivation method of the Xian Alliance. Now that he saw Fairy Yingzhua asking for advice, he took the opportunity to pass the cultivation method to Fairy Yingzhua. Of course, this cultivation method was mixed with some hidden tricks that Fairy Yingzhua couldn't detect. Fairy Yingzhua was naturally ecstatic when she received the cultivation method. At first, she had some doubts, but after a little bit of cultivation, she gained a lot, so she threw away her vigilance and began to cultivate at ease. But Fairy Yingzhua didn't know that she was stepping into the trap that Dongshan Yi had set for her step by step. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5082. Later, Sun Yunzi successfully refined the Python Dragon Pill. Relying on the Python Dragon Pill and the 9 Transformations Golden Pill technique, Fairy Yingzhua stepped into the Severed Spirit stage and became one of the few grandmasters in Shi. But just when Fairy Yingzhua was happy, Dong Shan-yi took advantage of the fact that her profound Shi had not recovered and used a secret technique to possess her body. Dong Shan-yi had thought that by abandoning her werewolf form and using the body of a human divinity separating stage cultivator, the backlash from the Green Seal script would be eliminated. However, after 100 years, she discovered that the backlash from before had reappeared. Only now did she understand that the backlash from the Green Seal text was not only the body, but also the soul. Since this was the case, for Dong Shan-yi, who was born in the demon race, Goddess Xian Wan's body was 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary human cultivator. Therefore, Dong Shan-yi abandoned her earlier plan and prepared to use Xian Wan's body for herself. But fortunately, Fairy Yingzhua was a severed spirit stage cultivator. This human body was brand new and could last for 1,000 years. Therefore, Dong Shan-yi did not attack Xian Wan in these 600 years. Fairy Yingzhua, who killed Shang Huaming, was possessed by Dong Shan-yi and died silently. The other murderer, Reverend Lu Ni of the Seven Skills sect, also received his retribution. The Seven Skills sect was originally a refining sect, and the sect's founder left behind countless magic treasures. Among the 3 late nascent soul stage cultivators, Reverend Lu Ni was the most well-prepared. During the tribulation, his magic treasures were packed to the teeth. But even so, Reverend Lu Ni could not withstand the lightning strike and was killed by the lightning. Even his primordial spirit did not escape and his soul was scattered. Up until now, only Sun Yunzi of the Splendid sect had safely passed through the lightning tribulation. According to the customs of the 3 cultivation nations of the Dawn Rain continent, he had passed the position of sect master of the Splendid sect to someone else and became a carefree Grand Supreme Elder. Humph. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a rare ruthlessness. He said indifferently, "Good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. It's not that the time has not come yet. When the time comes, those who have hatred will take revenge. And now, it's time for Sun Yunzi to die." Xiao Hua looked at Dong Shan-yi, his tone was still calm. "Previously, this old man already said, this old man will not forgive you. However, I won't kill you as you think. Killing you is too easy, and you definitely won't learn your lesson. This old man will imprison you and make you suffer the backlash of the forbidden power day and night." As he spoke, Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed. A green light entered Dong Shani's body. Dong Shani still turned into Fairy Yingzhua's appearance and sat on the ground calmly. Spiritual master, spiritual master. Seeing that he couldn't use his Dharma power, forbidden power, or even demonic power, Dong Shani panicked and shouted, "Please have mercy and kill me. I really don't want to live in this world." Xiao Hua ignored her. The Kunlun mirror in his hand shook, and Huang Tong flew out from within. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoist, to imprison this wolf race with that little snow wolf." "Sure." Huang Tong didn't decline. With a wave of her sharp claws, she grabbed Dong Shan-yi and spread her wings, tearing the void apart and leaving. Seeing that there was no one left, Xiao Hua asked Yuanya, "Yeah, are you going back to Shenhua continent to cultivate, or are you going to walk around Xiaoyu continent with me?" Yuanya smiled and said, "Dai, is gone. My Dao heart is a little unstable, and without her holy power, I'll be in danger refining the bone spear. It's better for me to stay by Master's side." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Yuanya looked around and said, "Besides, Lu Yi and the others aren't by Master's side. Master is a supreme being of the human race, and there's no reason for him to do anything. I'll stay by Master's side and serve him." Xiao Hua said curiously, "Yeah, why are you talking so much?" Dai once said that silence is golden, but when it's time to speak, you still have to speak. Otherwise, others won't know what you're thinking. Yuanya replied, "So, what I just said is what I think." Good. Auspicious clouds appeared under Xiao Hua's feet, and he slowly flew up and praised. There's a saying in the human race's Confucian cultivators that a woman is an academy, and a good woman can make a man more outstanding. Yeah, you're blessed. Yes, master. Yuanya put away his bone spear and respectfully flew behind Xiaohua. This disciple will definitely go to the heavenly fortune palace to marry Dai. Xiaohua smiled and flew aimlessly for a while, then suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of Sky Patrol City. Master. Yuanya naturally knew that direction was Sky Patrol City, and hurriedly asked, "Are you going to Sky Patrol City?" "Forget it." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Sky Patrol City is now the territory of sword cultivators, and Master has no karma with sword cultivators. Why would I go there?" "Then where are we going?" Yuanya asked. Xiaohua looked in a direction and answered firmly, "The place of origin, the place where the fortune gate takes root." "Okay." Yuanya replied and left with Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua turned around, Sky Patrol City, which was like a monster in the sky, suddenly shone brightly, and a city gate that was closed in the wind and snow opened with a roar. Inside the city gate, tens of thousands of flying swords rushed out in a mighty manner, forming a bridge that was several miles long in the night sky, reaching far into the darkness. At the end of the bridge, a handsome young man with a graceful temperament and a serene expression slowly stepped out of the city gate, dressed in a white robe. A faint halo appeared on the robe, reflecting the young man's jade-like face, and under the robe, the light purple sword robe made the young man look even sharper. Behind the young man was a late-stage gold core cultivator. This cultivator was dressed in a Daoist robe, and he also looked young. There was a smile on his face, and there was clearly a kind of respect on his face. As these two people walked out of the city gate, two female foundation establishment cultivators led more than 10 handsome men and beautiful women who were in the Qi refinement realm. They held magic tools that looked like lanterns in their hands and quietly rushed out, then they stood neatly on both sides of the city gate. The brilliance on the magic tools flashed with 9 colors, driving away the nearby darkness. The young man glanced at the knight, then looked at the trembling flying sword under his feet, and frowned slightly. "Xiao Mao, although this is Sky Patrol City and not Enlightenment Mountain Manor. But such a welcome. Isn't it too stingy? Don't let others look down on you." When Xiao Mao heard this, he humbly replied, "Young master, some people like vanity, some people like peace, some people like power, and some people like pampering. Young master, you have to cater to their preferences. Tonight, young master, you have to be as grand as when you welcomed Vice Alliance leader Luo. Maybe that person will avoid you at first sight, and all of young master's plans will be in vain." The young man who was called young master nodded slightly and smiled, "Then I'll listen to you today. As long as that person enters Sky Patrol City, no matter what the outcome is, I'll get someone to help you conceive a baby." Xiao Mao was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed, "Thank you for your kindness, young master." While they were talking, there was the sound of a sword, and a small sword swept over their heads and flew into Sky Patrol City. Then, a voice sounded from the city, "Young Master Yi, the person you've been waiting for is here." Thank you, General, for asking the patrolling swordsmen to let them in." Young Master Yi shouted with a smile. "Yes, sir." Someone in the city responded, and another small sword that sent a message rushed into the night sky like a meteor. "Young master." Xiao Mao raised his hand and said, "I'll accompany young master to welcome them." "Okay." The young man nodded. Sword light appeared under his feet as he stepped on the bridge and flew into the night sky. When Xiao Mao followed, the other low-level disciples did not dare to delay. Like Xiao Mao, they did not step on the bridge. Instead, they urged their bodies to fly behind. After half a cup of tea's time, they saw a red light in the distant night sky. When they flew closer, they could see clearly that it was a flying boat that looked like a bird. There were several Taoist cultivators standing on the flying boat, and the one in front was a female nascent soul cultivator. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and her thin lips carried a faint smile. Not to mention her snow-white skin and peach-red Taoist robe, which gave birth to an unparalleled beauty in the dark night. Just the green bean-sized beauty mole at the corner of her mouth and her jade-like cheeks were enough to give birth to an indescribable wildness. Wasn't this female cultivator Fairy Xianxia? The cultivators behind Fairy Xianxia were not worth mentioning. Most of them were in the Foundation establishment realm, and only one of them was in the early-stage Golden Core realm. The young man's gaze fell on Fairy Xia's beautiful face, and two balls of flames suddenly appeared in his originally calm eyes. It was just that the flames were fleeting and not obvious. As the flying boat flew closer, they heard the bridge. Fairy Xia did not fly out from the flying boat, but looked at Xiao Mao and frowned. "Junior brother Xiao, I'm here. I'm Yi Shixiang. Greetings to Fairy Xia." The young man smiled and hurriedly bowed. "I've long heard of Fairy Xia's great name and have always wanted to meet you. Unfortunately, there was a barrier between sword cultivators and Dao cultivators, so I never had the chance. Now that I've finally met Fairy Xia, I'm sure you live up to your reputation. In the three kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid there's no other woman as outstanding as Fairy Xia." "I don't dare." Fairy Xia saw that although the young man looked young, his cultivation had already reached second-grade sword transformation realm. She did not dare to slight him and hurriedly bowed in return. "I'm nothing but an undeserved reputation. After cultivating bitterly for close to 1,000 years, I'm still an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. How can I compare to you? You look young, but you're already a second-grade sword transformation realm cultivator. Hee, I'm the one whose undeserved reputation." Yi Shixiang hurriedly said humbly, "My aptitude cannot be compared to Fairy Xia's. If I wasn't the young master of the Yi clan and was born with the convenience of cultivation, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be a sword transformation realm cultivator." "It's indeed young Master Yi." When Fairy Xia heard this, her face revealed a smile that resembled an epiphyllum. She said, "I've received junior brother Zhao's message saying that the Yi clan has the intention to form an alliance with my Kai clan. I'm a little surprised. My Kai clan is not well known in the country of Shi. I wonder why the Yi clan would want to form an alliance with my Kai clan. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all forms of support." Chapter 5083. Fairy is indeed a competent patriarch. You haven't even said a few words and you've already brought up the family's matters. I really admire you. Yi Shixiang laughed and said, "Compared to Fairy, this one is much more lazy. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao saying that the world situation has changed greatly and that us aristocratic families need to adapt to the trend and form many alliances, this one wouldn't even remember to do something for the clan. Therefore, I'm very concerned about the alliance between the Yi family and Kai family. In order to not cause Fairy to misunderstand, I've specially chosen Sentry City as the location for the discussion. I wonder if Fairy is satisfied?" Fairy Xia looked at Sentry City on the other side of the bridge and replied neither haughtily nor humbly, "As long as there's sincerity, anywhere is fine." Good. Yi Shixiang clapped his hands and said, "With Fairy's words, I'm relieved. I can finally do something for my Yi family. Thank you Fairy for your help." "Fairy, please." Fairy Xia flew down from the flying boat and nodded at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao originally wanted to go up and greet her, but when he saw Fairy Xia land on the bridge, he hurriedly stopped and bowed in mid-air. "Little brother greets senior sister, Fairy Xia raised her hand to signal Xiao Mao to get up and asked, "How have you been recently?" "I'm all right." Xiao Mao smiled bitterly, "Other than not having a baby, everything is fine." Fairy Xia smiled, "Not all of one's pursuits are cultivation. If you only think about having a baby, you might not be able to have one. Moreover, your foundation is excellent. If you don't walk the path of having a baby, you can consider other methods." "Sigh, senior sister." Xiao Mao replied with a sullen face, "Little brother is a cultivator. What else can I do if I don't cultivate? If I don't walk the path of having a baby, do I have to walk the path of transforming into a sword? Forget it." Fairy Xia didn't have much experience and couldn't answer him. She shook her head and said, "I'm just an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. I can't give you more pointers." At this point, Fairy Xia smiled at Yi Shixiang and said, "Young Master Yi, if the alliance between the Kai family and the Yi family succeeds, Xiao Mao will be a great contributor. The Yi family can't treat Xiao Mao unfairly." Yes. Fairy, don't worry. Yi Shixiang hastily nodded. Fairy might not know the details of my Yi clan right now, but Fairy will understand in the future. My Yi clan's foundation isn't something that ordinary aristocratic families can compare to, so my Yi clan will absolutely not treat anyone who helps my Yi clan unfairly. Alright, young master, please. Fairy Xianxia raised her hand to indicate for Yi Shixiang to go first. Yi Shixiang smiled and stopped being courteous. He activated his sword light and stepped onto the bridge to fly toward Sentry City. Fairy Xianxia frowned as she looked at the bridge beneath her feet. She then looked at Xiao Mao and the rest who were standing respectfully at the side, not daring to approach. She turned her head and instructed, all of you, keep the flying boat and follow Xiao Mao over. Yes, Patriarch. A few cultivators responded and alighted from the flying boat. They all came over to greet Xiao Mao. Judging from the expressions on their faces, they seemed to be very familiar with him. As Fairy Xianxia flew past, the bridge flew like a colorful sparrow and slowly retracted. When Yi Shixiang accompanied Fairy Xianxia into Sky Patrol City, the bridge also fell into Sky Patrol City. The city gates were closed, the light was extinguished, and the night was deep. The wind was violent, the snow was heavy, and the storm in the sky was brewing to strike. Xiaohua naturally did not know that he had already missed the opportunity to meet Fairy Xianxia. He brought Yuanya and flew away. The snowflakes gradually lessened, and the first rays of the morning sun had also arrived. Xiaohua loved the moment when the sun first rose. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to be brand new. Moreover, as he flew, the rays of light were born everywhere. Every ray of light was filled with joy and warmth of welcome. Xiaohua was looking at the foothills in the distance, wanting to say something to Yuanya. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance with some surprise. He said curiously, "It's really strange. Why are they together again?" "Master." Yuanya smiled, "Could it be that you've met an acquaintance again?" "That's right." Xiaohua looked in that direction with a smile. "This Dawn Rain continent is where I used to cultivate. I even participated in an extremely famous sword Dao battle here, so I know a lot of cultivators. Look, I've met a few more while flying. It's just that I'm a little hesitant. Should I go down and meet them or stay here and watch the situation develop? Disciple will follow wherever master goes." Yuanya didn't have any good suggestions and only answered casually, "Let's go down." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "However, I want to hide my cultivation and test some people's reactions. I can also settle some karma while I'm at it." "All right." Yuanya said and used the Fortune Gate's secret technique to suppress his cultivation to the nascent soul realm. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Nascent soul realm cultivators are masters on the Dawn Rain continent. With your cultivation, who else can I test?" Unfortunately, Yuanya also smiled bitterly and said, "Master, this is the lowest level disciple can suppress. Why don't you seal disciple's cultivation first? It seems like that's the only way." Xiaohua smiled slightly. His hands moved and several seals entered Yuanya's body, suppressing Yuanya's cultivation from the verge of 8th grade to early gold core realm. "Ha." Xiaohua looked around and said with a smile, "There's no other way. Only gold core realm cultivators can be master's disciple." While he was speaking, Xiaohua's cultivation also fell rapidly. It fell to early nascent soul realm before it stopped. "Master." Yuanya curled his lips and said, "Your acquaintance is actually a nascent soul realm cultivator? This kind of cultivator, do you still want to test him?" "Yes." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said, "Because this involves a person's life and death. Master can't not treat this seriously. Let's go. I hope this person can change a little in these few hundred years." Yuanya followed Xiaohua and flew towards the east. After a meal, he saw a flying boat flying out of the morning sun. There were 3 cultivators standing on the flying boat. Xiaohua stopped in midair and saw the flying boat getting closer and closer. Although he had already seen the people coming with his divine sense, when he saw them with his eyes, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but moisten. At the bow of the flying boat was a white-haired late Goldcore realm old man. This old man's face was full of wrinkles and he looked quite old. However, standing on the flying boat, he was still as straight as a rock. Behind the old man was a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 20s, but her cultivation was also in the middle Goldcore realm. As for the cultivator steering the boat, he was only in the foundation establishment realm. The flying boat glided through the air lightly, raising a beautiful arc. The old man's eyes were a little blurred. He swept past the mountain ridge on the left and didn't see Xiaohua stopping in midair. On the contrary, the woman was looking in another direction. However, the moment Xiaohua stopped, she suddenly turned her head and saw Xiaohua's smiling face. But what was strange was that when the woman saw Xiaohua, it was as if she didn't see him. She only slightly raised the corner of her mouth and a bitter smile appeared in her eyes. Then she looked in another direction. However, right when the woman's bright eyes were moving about, she suddenly came to an understanding and hurriedly looked at Xiaohua again. When her gaze descended into Xiaohua's slightly red eyes, the woman's eyes suddenly dilated while absolute wild joy surged into her heart. The woman couldn't help but raise her hands to cover her mouth, and then 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Xiaohua. The woman was almost moaning and almost roaring. She barely managed to squeeze Xiaohua's name from her heart into her mouth. Oh. The old man in the lead was startled. He withdrew his sad gaze and whispered, "What's wrong?" "Sun Shu." "Xiaohua." The woman bit her lips so hard that they turned white. She stared at Xiaohua and pointed at him as she spoke hatefully. "Xiaohua." Only then did the old man look in the direction Sun Shu was pointing at. At this moment, Xiaohua had already flown over. He bowed from afar and said, "Martial Uncle Zhen Qing, hello." "Xiaohua? You are really Xiaohua?" Zhen Qing was obviously very surprised. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief as if he didn't dare to recognize him. However, in just a few breaths, Zhen Qing's figure flashed and actually flew out from the flying boat. He rushed in front of Xiaohua and scolded, "Child, where have you been all these years?" "Martial uncle." Zhen Qing was the first disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect that Xiaohua saw after returning to the Dawn Rain continent. Zhen Qing's words immediately pulled out the memories from a long time ago from the depths of his mind. He couldn't hold it in anymore and called out, "Martial uncle," as tears rolled down his face. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Zhen Qing's tears also fell. He patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "It's good that you're back alive. Don't cry." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiaohua sniffed. It really felt like he had returned to the time when he was a low-level disciple. He replied in a low voice. "Senior martial brother." Sun Shu naturally had also flown over. At this time, he stopped crying. His pair of red eyes were like a rabbit's as he stared at Xiaohua, afraid that he would suddenly disappear again. He only called out, "Senior martial brother," before his mouth was blocked by the excitement of meeting again after a long time. He couldn't say another word. Junior Jianghu greets martial uncle. The Foundation establishment disciple kept the flying boat and stood at the side. Although he didn't know Xiaohua's cultivation level, he hurriedly took the opportunity to bow and greet him after hearing Zhen Qing and Sun Shu's greeting. "Hee, quickly get up. There's no need to be polite." Xiaohua sniffed again and raised his hand to help Jianghu up. He said, "This Xiao hasn't seen a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect for a long time. I can't help but forget myself." "Yes, yes." Jianghu smiled and said, "It's always like this when meeting after a long time." Then, Jianghu looked at Yuanya who was behind Xiaohua and bowed, "Martial uncle. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, gift it, and..." Chapter 5084. Yuanya clearly didn't know how to address this little Foundation establishment cultivator. He could only raise his hand to help Jianghu up and said indifferently, "This. Get up." Zhen Qing and Sun Shu naturally only had Xiaohua in their eyes. Now that they heard Zhen Yu mention him, they finally noticed Yuanya. Zhen Qing hurriedly smiled and said, "May I know how to address this fellow Daoist?" This. Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He regretted that he didn't introduce Yuanya earlier. He coughed and said, "Martial uncle, this is Junior's disciple. His name is Yuanya." Ah. Zhen Qing and Sun Shu weren't particularly surprised, but Zhen Yu was shocked. He unconsciously glanced at Xiao Hua again. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, You are Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao." After saying that, Zhen Yu disregarded everything and knelt down in the air. He kowtowed and said, "Junior Zhen Yu greets Daoist Xiao." Hearing Zhen Yu call him Daoist Xiao, Xiao Hua immediately understood. He smiled and helped Zhen Yu up. "Get up. I'm also an ordinary cultivator. I'm not as noble as you think I am. Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao." Zhen Yu was clearly very excited. He even talked a bit too much. Although he had already gotten up, he still said, "You don't know. Ever since I was born, I've always heard about Daoist Xiao from my father. If it wasn't for Daoist Xiao, nearly 2,000 people in the Jade Cloud Ridge would have starved to death." Seeing that Zhen Yu was going to be long-winded, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "Zhen Yu, this is something from many years ago." "Yes, it's been many years. However, according to what this humble one knows, until now, the grains used in the vicinity of the Jade Cloud Ridge were still bestowed by Reverend Xiao back then." Zhen Yu continued speaking persistently. However, when he reached this point, he saw Zhen Qing frowning slightly. He hurriedly stopped speaking and said with a smile, "This humble one will stop speaking. This humble one is truly too excited. This humble one has finally met Reverend Xiao, whom this humble one has been praying for day and night." After Zhen Yu retreated to the side, Zhen Qing said with a bitter smile, "Xiao Hua, I was so happy to see you that I forgot that you were already a nascent soul cultivator when you left the Imperial Thunder sect. This poor Daoist should be calling you senior now. Martial uncle, your words are too much for this junior." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'm well aware of how you treat me. Not to mention my current cultivation base, even if I reach the Grand Ascension stage, I'm still a junior in front of you. Sigh, forget it. Do as you wish." Zhen Qing sighed and said, "This old man's lifespan is about to end. You can call me whatever you want." Sigh, that's right. Senior's luck is a little bad. Xiao Hua looked at Zhen Qing and felt a little helpless. When Xiao Hua entered the Imperial Thunder sect, Zhen Qing was already an early gold core cultivator. It had already been more than 600 years, but Zhen Qing was still only a late gold core cultivator. Now, looking at her lifespan, she only had a few years left. It was really impossible for her to have a baby in this lifetime. Soon after, Xiao Hua looked at Sun Shu. Sun Shu was already at the middle gold core stage. It seemed that his progress in the past few hundred years had been smooth. However, in front of Zhen Qing, Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Sun Shu only nodded at Xiao Hua. With Zhen Yu's interruption, Yuanya didn't greet him. Xiao Hua didn't mention it again. He just smiled and asked, "Martial uncle, where are you going? It doesn't seem like you're going to the Imperial Thunder sect." Zhen Qing replied, "Sigh, why should I go back to the Imperial Thunder sect? This old man is going to the Blazing Fire Mountain." Blazing Fire Mountain? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "Why is Martial uncle going to the Blazing Fire Mountain?" "It's a long story." Zhen Qing smiled bitterly and said, "This old man was originally traveling outside and wanted to see if I could find an opportunity during the last period of time. However, after a few years, I received a message from the sect, asking all the disciples to return to the sect for training. However, just as this old man was about to return to the sect, I received a message from Hall Master Zhensheng, asking this old man to take a few disciples to the Blazing Fire Mountain on his behalf. He said that he was returning a favor for him. In the end, Martial Uncle Zhen Qing intercepted I and Zhen Yu on the way and brought us to the Blazing Fire Mountain." Sun Shu smiled like a flower and said, as for why we are going to the Blazing Fire Mountain, we don't know. We only know that when we are near the Blazing Fire Mountain, we will release a messaging talisman and someone called the Fire Qilin will come and pick us up. Hearing about the Blazing Fire Mountain and the Fire Qilin, Xiaohua seemed to understand something. He thought for a while and said with a smile, "Martial Uncle, although Hall Master Zhen Xing didn't say it clearly in the message, I think Martial Uncle should know something about it, right?" "Sigh, what else can it be?" Zhen Xing sighed and said, "Since the last Sword Dao War, the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain died in the Sky Patrol City. The Blazing Fire Mountain was divided into 3 factions. They fought with each other to snatch spirit stones and other things. In the past few hundred years, countless people have died. The Blazing Fire Mountain has now become an ordinary sect. I also know about the Fire Qilin. He is the grandson of one of the 3 branches of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Previously, he was not conspicuous and was doted on by the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Later, those who were more senior than him died, and his branch recommended him. If I'm not wrong, this time, he is going to mediate and help. Hall Master Zhen is now a middle nascent soul grandmaster and represents the Shao Lei Hall of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's not appropriate for him to be involved in this matter, so I am going to do it." Sun Shu said with a smile, "The current Blazing Fire Mountain is no longer the same as before. Cultivators in the late Gold Core realm are rare. Martial Uncle Zhen is enough." Sun Shu looked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "Not long after Martial Brother was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect, the former sect master Qian Lei came out of seclusion." "Former sect master?" Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "Isn't Qian Lei the sect master now?" Sun Shu nodded and said, "Yes." When Martial Brother left the Imperial Thunder Sect, Senior Qian Lei had entered the late nascent soul realm. About 70 years ago, Senior Qian Lei failed to break through to the severed divinity realm and died. Now, the middle nascent soul realm Fairy Xianhua is the sect master. Sun Shu hesitated because Fairy Xianhua was the one who expelled Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. He was afraid that Xiaohua would bear a grudge. Sure enough, hearing that Fairy Xianhua was the sect master, Xiaohua sneered. Seeing Xiaohua's reaction, Sun Shu hurriedly said, "Martial Brother, I don't know where you have been for the past several hundred years." However, Senior Qian Lei had just come out of seclusion and issued a pardon order, asking Thunder Meng Dao Master to chase after you with the pardon order. He wanted to take you back into the sect, but Thunder Meng Dao Master couldn't find you. As for the specific situation, I'm afraid only Senior Nascent Soul Realm knows. However, Martial Brother, the current Imperial Thunder Sect, has declined. You are so powerful, and there are fortune gates all over the 3 countries. I think you should return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. If Master Qian Lei was still the sect master, or if Reverend Lei Meng was still the sect master, Xiaohua might have considered Sun Shu's suggestion. However, after hearing that Fairy Xianhua had become the sect master, how could Xiaohua still return to Imperial Thunder Sect? He smiled and said, "Martial Brother has just returned. I want to see an old friend and reminisce about the past. Let's talk about this later." "All right." Sun Shu also understood that spilled water couldn't be undone. He forced a smile and said, "Where is Martial Brother going?" "I will send Martial Brother off." "Oh, I don't have a fixed place." Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's just that I haven't seen the scenery of the state of Xi for a long time." "Hee, that's great." Sun Shu pursed his lips and said, "If Martial Brother has nothing to do, why don't you take a trip to the Ardent Fire Mountain with Martial Uncle Zhen Qing? With Martial Brother there, we can be at ease." Hearing this, Zhen Qing's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Good. Come with this old man. Several hundred years have passed. Perhaps not many people can remember the mysterious nameless sword battle. However, you were already a nascent soul realm cultivator at that time. I'm afraid you are even more powerful now. You can give this old man some courage. All right. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Junior has nothing to do anyway. I'll accompany Martial Uncle." "That's right." Zhen Qing pulled Xiaohua's robe and ordered Zhen Yu to release the flying boat. He said, "In a few years, even if you want to accompany this old man, I'm afraid you won't be able to find me." Sun Shu's face was also full of smiles. He turned to look at Yuanya and said, "Yuanya, what's your master's cultivation now? Late nascent soul realm?" This. Yuanya rubbed his nose and thought for a moment before saying, "Martial uncle, you should ask master about this matter." Sun Shu smiled and said, "Senior brother likes to keep a low profile. From what you said, even if he isn't late nascent soul realm, I'm afraid he isn't far from it. No wonder he doesn't want to return to Imperial Thunder Sect." "Oh, right, you can just call me Sun Shu. I call you senior brother because we used to be senior brother and junior sister. I'm used to calling you that. You and I are both Golden Core Realm cultivators. You can just call me fellow Daoist." "All right." Yuanya didn't stand on ceremony and nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone had boarded the flying boat, Zhen Yu shouted and urged the flying boat to continue flying in the direction of Ardent Fire Mountain. Xiaohua stood beside Zhen Qing. He stole a glance at Zhen Qing's white hair and asked in a low voice, "Martial uncle, Junior remembers that when I left Imperial Thunder Sect, didn't I tell Martial uncle about Sun Qian?" "Why?" "Alas, it's all in the past. It's meaningless to mention it again." Zhen Qing's wrinkled face showed bitterness. He waved his hand to stop Xiaohua from continuing. He asked again, "But you, where have you been for the past few hundred years? Looking at your cultivation, it seems to be even more powerful than before. Oh, not to mention you, even this disciple of yours is more powerful than this old man." Junior obtained a little opportunity. Xiaohua replied, "Now, I'm indeed more powerful than before, but, in other words, they had reached here." Woo woo. The sound of wind whistling could be heard in the distant sky. Soon after, the pressure of an early nascent soul stage cultivator surged out like a gale and swept towards the flying boat. Wherever the pressure passed, rocks were overturned and trees were toppled. The brilliance of the flying boat was also rapidly extinguished. Zhen Qing, Sun Shu, and Zhen Yu naturally couldn't resist the aura. Zhen Yu collapsed on the flying boat and let it roll over. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Chapter 5085. Who is it? Xiaohua pretended to roar and released his spiritual pressure. The two spiritual pressures collided with each other. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded and ripples appeared in the void nearby. Xiaohua then used his magic power again to stabilize the flying boat. With Xiaohua's spiritual pressure resisting, Zhen Qing and Sun Shu struggled to stand up. They looked at the sky and saw another flying boat. There were more than 10 people standing on the flying boat. In the front were a male and female early nascent soul stage cultivators. The male cultivator was middle-aged and wore armor. He held a spear-like magic treasure in his hand. As for the female cultivator, she was only in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower. Her big watery eyes were looking at Xiaohua and Zhen Qing with surprise and disdain on her face. Wasn't this female cultivator Chen Yi of Buried Flower Manor? You. Seeing Chen Yi appear, Zhen Qing was a bit angry. He raised his hand and pointed at her. "Chen Yi, what are you doing? I already told you that I don't want to see you again in this life." Chen Yi glanced at Zhen Qing indifferently and said, "Zhen Qing, the past is the past. There's no need to mention it again. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet you here today. But since we've already met, then why don't we settle our grudges here?" "Us? It seems that us also includes me." Xiaohua looked at Chen Yi and said coldly, "I wonder what grudges you have with me." "Ha." Chen Yi laughed and withdrew the pressure of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. She looked even more beautiful after being pregnant. She laughed and said, "There are so many people in this world who think too highly of themselves. You are the famous Daoist Xiao of Dawn Rain Continent, but in the eyes of my Tongmu city, you are nothing. The grudges between you and me, don't you know? Now that you've walked into the trap, everything that happened before, let's settle it today. At this point, Chen Yi looked into the distance and shouted, "Bitch, why don't you come out? Do you want me to capture you personally before you show yourself?" Who? Zhen Qing heard and felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked in that direction. Sure enough, a faint brilliance flashed in the distant sky. Sun Xian, who had a slightly elegant temperament and a stubborn look, appeared. At this time, Sun Xian was only in her 30s. There were no more scars on her face. She had a noble and pure temperament, and had a unique charm. Seeing Sun Xian appear, Zhen Qing hurriedly shouted, Why are you here? Why aren't you running?" Alas. Sun Xian let out a long sigh as she looked at Zhen Qing with a complicated expression. After that, she flew in front of Zhen Qing and stood in front of Zhen Qing. Facing Chen Yi, Sun Xian said coldly, "Chen Yi, actually, the thing between you and Zhen Qing is nothing serious. You only need to tell Qing Liuzi the details, damn it." Without waiting for Sun Xian to finish speaking, Chen Yi cursed in a low voice, "Sun Xian, you dare to plant spies in Tongmu City?" It was as if Sun Xian was not facing a nascent soul cultivator. She said coldly, "If I didn't, how would I know that you wanted to kill Zhen Qing to avoid suspicion?" Ha! Chen Yi's face suddenly changed. She laughed and said, "Sun Xian, is your informant Xing Chong?" "You." Suddenly, Sun Xian seemed to realize something. She raised her hand and pointed at Sun Xian. "You're too cunning. You're killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You want to kill Zhen Qing, Xing Chong and me at the same time?" Hee hee. Chen Yi smiled and nodded. "Sun Xian, you've been fighting with me for a lifetime. But now, your last sentence is the most correct. I wanted to praise you, but I didn't expect Daoist Master Xiao to walk into the trap. My plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone has become killing 4 birds with 1 stone. You're still wrong. AI, Zhen Qing." Hearing this, Sun Xian turned her head slightly. Looking at Zhen Qing's white hair, she smiled bitterly. "It's all my fault. If I'd just backed off a little and sent you a message." "There's no need for that." Zhen Qing looked at the dozen cultivators on the Twilight Tong City's flying boats surrounding them. The early-stage nascent soul-stage male cultivator stood beside Chen Yi with a spear magic artifact in his hand. The fear in her heart gradually disappeared and she said faintly, "I don't have much time left to live." Today, I was able to see her true face. This trip was not in vain. Sun Xian looked at Zhen Qing. She bit her lips and said word by word, "Being able to die with you, this life of mine was not made in vain." Humph. Chen Yi's face twisted. It was as if she couldn't bear to see others get better. She smiled maliciously and said, "Then all of you can die together." After saying this, Chen Yi raised her hand and was about to give the order. Sun Xian held Zhen Qing's hand. She looked at Xiao Hua apologetically and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, I didn't thank you back then. Today, I've implicated you. I can only say sorry." It's fine. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "My matter is really nothing. The matter between you and Martial Uncle Zhen is more important. Previously, I wanted to ask you what you've been thinking for the past hundreds of years. Why did you waste hundreds of years? But now that I see that you're willing to live and die with Martial Uncle Zhen, I feel that, as long as there's true love, as long as we know each other, there's no need to care about time." At this point, Xiao Hua looked coldly at Chen Yi and said, "Unlike some people who have long abandoned their human emotions. For power, they sold their soul and body." Ha! Chen Yi looked at Xiao Hua and laughed loudly. "Daoist Master Xiao, so what if I sold my soul and body? Look at the 2 of them. In the past, their cultivation was higher than mine. But now, they're only golden core stage cultivators. Each of them is struggling at death's door, waiting for the end of their lifespans. As for me, I've already become a nascent soul stage cultivator. When their corpses turn into ashes, I'll still be living freely in Twilight Tong City. Yes, you seem to be living freely, but in reality? Whether you're a walking corpse or not. I'm afraid only you know, right? Xiao Hua mocked. The corner of Qin Yi's mouth curled up in disdain as she said, Xiao Hua, don't flaunt your sharp tongue. No matter how fierce your words are, you won't be able to escape today's calamity. Ah. Xiao Hua was shocked. How did I offend you? You actually want to take my life? Daoist Master Xiao, why are you pretending to be confused? Qin Yi sneered. Do you know how powerful the fortune gate is in the three countries? Everyone respects you, Daoist Master Xiao. If my Twilight Tong city captures the real Daoist Master Xiao, then wouldn't the fortune gate of the three countries be controlled by my Twilight Tong city? Do you think I'll cooperate with you? Xiao Hua said sarcastically. The corner of Qin Yi's mouth twitched, and she said decisively, if you don't cooperate, then die. A dead Daoist Master Xiao naturally can't compare to a living Daoist Master Xiao. However, a fortune gate controlled by someone is the biggest threat to my Twilight Tong city. With that said, Qin Yi didn't delay any longer, and she ordered, Daoist I Ching, you and I will work together to capture Xiao Hua. Disciples, kill everyone else. Don't let anyone else know about this. Yes. Several disciples answered in unison. They circulated their magic power and charged towards Xiao Hua. AI. Xiao Hua sighed helplessly as he looked at the group of Twilight Tong City's disciples and Qin Yi. He said, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. Even 600 years is not enough to fill a person's greed. Since greed is hard to fill, then there's no need to fill it. Yeah, do it. Xiao Hua pointed his finger at Yuanya, and a shadow of light fell into Yuanya's body. Kacha. A thunderous sound came from Yuanya's body. Qin Yi had already discovered Zhen Qing and Sun Qian's presence, so she had a plan to settle this old grudge, so as to avoid a rift between her and Twilight Tong City's city lord Qing Liuzi. Xiao Hua's appearance was indeed unexpected. Others might not know Xiao Hua's strength, but Qin Yi did know a little. Whether it was the terrifying phoenix in the sword battle or Wu Ming in the nascent soul realm, Qin Yi was quite wary of both of them. However, Qin Yi wasn't willing to give up such an excellent opportunity. She and Daoist I Ching from Dawntree City secretly observed Xiao Hua. The two of them discovered that Xiao Hua was only at the early nascent soul stage. Qin Yi alone might not be his match, but if the two of them joined forces, it was very likely that they could capture Xiao Hua. Of course, the impression Xiao Hua had left on Qin Yi was too deep. Qin Yi was still hesitant, but just as Qinigang had said, a fortune gate controlled by someone was more terrifying than an uncontrolled fortune gate. After weighing the pros and cons, the two of them still chose to attack. Xiao Hua's calmness did not exceed Qin Yi's expectations, but she really did not understand why Xiao Hua did not attack her, but instead turned around to attack the golden core cultivator beside her. However, when the thunderous sound came from Yuanya's body, an even more majestic pressure soared into the sky, and then rushed out in all directions like a flood. Yuanya's aura rose steadily, and in a few breaths' time, he was already as tall as a mountain, and his figure was indomitable like a demon god. Qin Yi finally came to her senses, and her face turned ashen in an instant. Compared to Yuanya's aura, her nascent soul aura couldn't even compare to a trickle. Damn it, run. Qin Yi cursed under her breath. She didn't have time to give an order, and her figure was about to teleport away. Unfortunately, in front of Yuanya, who had stepped into the 8th grade, Qin Yi, who had just broken through to the 4th grade, was not even comparable to a child. How could she possibly escape from Yuanya's hands? Seeing that the void around her had been sealed, and she couldn't see even a trace of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, and her body was as heavy as 10,000 caddies, she couldn't even move. Qin Yi's heart turned cold, and her thoughts raced as she shouted, Daoist Xiao, the merciful and compassionate Daoist Xiao, this servant knows her wrongs. This servant will not dare to do it again, please spare this servant. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a tip, and Chapter 5086. Xiao Hua and the others heard Qin Yi's words clearly. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and said word by word, some people can be forgiven, but some people can't be forgiven. Forgiving a good person who made a mistake can reap good results, but forgiving a bad person who came to his senses can only reap bad results. Qin Yi still wanted to argue, but Yuanya had already taken out his devil spear. Woo! Woo! Devil chi surged out amidst the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. It had already covered 100 miles around them. In the blink of an eye, all the evil chi, all the schemes, all the grudges, and all the schemes turned into nothing. The dragon-like devil spear was retracted, and the thousands of layers of devil chi were also absorbed into the devil spear. Under the devil chi, Zhen Qing and the others were revealed. Yuanya's spear had already shocked them. They had never thought that there would be such powerful cultivators in the world. Those were two nascent soul masters, dozens of Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. They were much stronger than an ordinary sect. In just one spear strike, they had all turned into ashes. I've let you be stained with blood again. Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya retracting his devil spear and suppressing his cultivation. Xiao Hua sighed and said, but if I were to do it, I wouldn't be able to do it. Master is benevolent and doesn't like blood. Moreover, they are too weak. How can I let Master do it? Let disciple do it for you. Yuanya said nonchalantly, this kind of slaughter is also beneficial to disciples' cultivation. Master understands. Xiao Hua said and once again sealed Yuanya's cultivation to the Golden Core Realm. Daoist Master. It really is Daoist Master Xiao. The unparalleled Daoist Master Xiao. Unlike Zhen Qing and the others who were panicking, Zhen Yu was filled with reverence. He couldn't help but exclaim, with Daoist Master, our fortune gate will definitely be the number one. Suddenly, Zhen Yu realized that it was inappropriate and quickly shut his mouth. He looked at Zhen Qing awkwardly. Xiao Hua frowned and looked at Zhen Yu. What do you mean? Are you a spy sent by the Fortune Gate to the Imperial Lightning Sect? Zhen Yu hurriedly knelt down and said, Dao Master, Junior is indeed a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect, not a disciple of the Fortune Gate. However, this Junior's family has received Daoist Master's grace, and this Junior's family regards Daoist Master as a living Holy Spirit. Although this Junior cannot enter the Fortune Gate, this Junior, like many other cultivators, regards himself as a Fortune Gate disciple. See. Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and sucked in a breath of cold air. He already understood why Qin Yi, who clearly knew that he was Xiao Hua and didn't have any confidence, insisted on attacking him. Even if she couldn't capture him, she still wanted to kill him. Senior. Sun Xian hurriedly said, please don't blame Zhen Yu. This situation happened in the Dao cultivation sects of the 3 cultivation nations. No, it even happened in the sword sect of the Huan nation. After all, enlightened Master's grace back then spread throughout the entire world. Xiao Hua nodded and said, this old man understands. If it was someone else, perhaps they wouldn't have so much momentum, but this old man's cultivation method is a bit special. At this point, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said with a smile, Sun Qian, you don't have to call me senior, just call me Daoist Xiao. Yes, Daoist Xiao. A shy look appeared on Sun Qian's pretty face. However, she did not loosen her grip on Zhen Qing's hand. Sun Qian had used her strength as her armor and stubbornness to protect herself all her life. When she tore her mask off, she cherished the affection she had just received more than anyone else. Senior. Senior brother. Sun Shu said with a slight groan, you. Aren't you too low-key? I thought you were at most a cultivator in the middle or late nascent soul stage, but I didn't expect your disciple to be so powerful. I don't even know what realm he is at. What realm are you at? Xiao Hua looked at Sun Shu with a smile and said, is it important what realm I am at? The important thing is that no matter what realm I am at, I am still your senior brother, okay? Hee, I like that. Sun Shu giggled and said, if, unfortunately, Just as Sun Shu said those two words, the expression in her eyes changed and she didn't continue. Instead, she changed the topic and said, if senior brother gives me some more benefits, I will like it even more. Hee, isn't that simple? Xiaohua didn't hesitate and took out a storage pouch and handed it to her. This is for you. Senior brother, I was just joking. Sun Shu was naturally joking. She wanted to cover up what she almost said just now, but seeing that Xiaohua took it seriously, she was a little embarrassed. Xiaohua smiled and said, even if you didn't say it, I would still give it to you. We haven't seen each other for so many years, no matter what, there should be some greeting gift, right? Hee, then thank you senior brother. Sun Shu and Xiaohua had experience together, so she naturally knew Xiaohua's temper. She didn't hold back and casually took the storage pouch and put it away without looking at it. Xiaohua then looked at Zhen Qing, who had been silent all this time, and thought for a moment before saying, Martial Uncle, Junior won't give you cultivation techniques or golden cores for the time being. Junior will give you some spiritual items to replenish your lifespan first. Once your lifespan is replenished, Junior will help you conceive a baby. After you conceive a baby, everything will be fine. As he said that, Xiaohua took out a few immortal peaches and gave them to Zhen Qing, Sun Xian, and even Sun Shu and Zhen Yu. Spiritual master, what is this? Zhen Yu held the immortal peach and was a little puzzled. He asked, this thing can replenish my lifespan? This is an immortal peach. Xiaohua explained, it can replenish some of your lifespan, but it varies from person to person. Of course, you don't need it now, so you might as well keep it first and use it later. Your task now is to clean up the storage pouches and flying boats of the cultivators of Tongmu City and hand them over to Martial Uncle Zhen Qing. Okay. Zhen Yu was overjoyed when he heard that. He kept the immortal peach and happily went to clean up the mess. Should I keep it too? Sun Shu thought for a moment and said, after all, I have already taken the rejuvenation pill before. Eat it. Xiaohua said in a low voice, I have a lot of these things here. Just treat it as a taste of something new. Xiaohua's words made Sun Shu recall some memories. She held back the redness in her eyes and nodded, yes, senior martial brother. Then, she took a bite of the immortal peach and let the sweet juice and the joy of reunion seep into her heart. Zhen Qing looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. Back then, he was the first to discover that Xiaohua was Wu Ming. That kind of shock hadn't happened for hundreds of years. Now that he met Xiaohua again, the shock was 100 times stronger than before. He didn't know how to face this high-level cultivator who was so respectful to him. Xiaohua's disciple could easily kill nascent soul Chen Yi. Xiaohua's strength. Perhaps even the Imperial Thunder Sect Master couldn't compare to him. Of course, other than being shocked, Zhen Qing also felt guilty about Chen Yi's death. Zhen Qing was an indecisive person, but at the same time, he was also a sentimental person. Because of this, he had delayed himself and delayed Sun Qian. Now, Chen Yi died in front of him. In an instant, all the memories of his life with Chen Yi flooded his mind. No one knew Zhen Qing better than Sun Qian. Sun Qian didn't say anything and just silently looked at Zhen Qing. This was the so-called deep hatred of love. After half a cup of tea, Zhen Yu returned and respectfully handed over some storage bags. He said, Martial Ancestor, oh. Zhen Qing came back to his senses and responded. He looked at the storage bags and asked, Zhen Yu, where are the corpses of the cultivators in Twilight Tong City? Why are they gone? Martial Ancestor. Zhen Yu hurriedly replied, Disciple didn't see any corpses. There were only storage bags, magic tools, flying boats and other things. Martial Uncle, don't worry. Xiaohua hurriedly explained, although the corpses are gone, Yuanya only killed them and didn't erase their primordial spirits. The souls of these cultivators have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Sigh, all right, I understand. Zhen Qing sighed and said to Zhen Yu, these are all Daoist Xiaos. It's better to let Daoist Xiao take them. Xiaohua smiled and said, Martial Ancestor, the so-called knot in one's heart is something that can't be removed. Since that's the case, it's better to put it aside. It's useless to think too much about it. As for these mortal things, I gave them to Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor didn't like them, so I'll let Jianghu take them first and distribute them to Martial Ancestor's disciples later. Will do as Daoist Xiao said. Sun Xian couldn't stand it anymore. She clenched her hand and said, let Jianghu take them first. Yes, I understand. When Jianghu heard that, he happily kept the storage pouch. Sun Shu urged, Martial Ancestor, quick, this immortal peach is very good. As he said that, Sun Shu casually looked through the storage bags that Xiaohua gave him. When he looked through them, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Xiaohua noticed it and turned to look at Sun Shu. He nodded his head slightly. Sun Shu also smiled and carefully hid the storage bags. Since Zhen Qing didn't eat the immortal peach, Sun Xian naturally wouldn't eat it either. Although Zhen Qing's mood wasn't good, he still ate the immortal peach. Zhen Qing's cultivation was shallow and he couldn't feel that his lifespan was being replenished. However, when the immortal peach entered his mouth, a warm current rushed through his body. The warm feeling came from his heart. Zhen Qing. Sun Xian exclaimed, Your hair, what's wrong? Zhen Qing didn't expect the immortal peach's effect to be so obvious. He didn't react for a moment and asked in astonishment. The heavens have eyes. Sun Xian was so happy that she cried. She hurriedly waved her right hand and a mirror appeared. In the mirror, Zhen Qing's white hair turned black and the wrinkles on his forehead also calmed down. Of course, after a few breaths, his hair stopped turning black and returned to the familiar white color. But even so, Xiaohua understood that Zhen Qing's lifespan had been replenished. As long as Zhen Qing stepped into the nascent soul realm within 100 years, he wouldn't have a problem living for another 1,000 years. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, gift it, and... Chapter 5087. Alas, it's no wonder that cultivators risk their lives and use unscrupulous means to advance. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he inwardly said, the lifespan of an ordinary aura refining cultivator is only 200 years. When they advance to the foundation building realm, their lifespan will increase to 400 years. When they advance to the gold core realm, their lifespan will increase to 800 years. When they condense their nascent soul and communicate with heaven and earth, their lifespan will even increase to 2,000 years. In the face of such temptation, who would be able to maintain their Tao heart? Not only that, just as Sun Xian finished speaking, Sun Xian herself was startled. She looked at Zhen Qing in disbelief. Zhen Qing didn't understand. Xiaohua, who was at the side, smiled and said, Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Since the knot in your heart is gone and your Tao realm has improved, you will definitely be pregnant within 10 years. Is that so? Zhen Qing smiled and looked at Sun Xian. Your wish has finally come true. Isn't it because... Sun Xian was about to reply, but Zhen Qing's body suddenly trembled, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. Xiaohua had no choice but to congratulate him once again. Congratulations, Martial Uncle. Since you're able to let go, you'll be able to jump out of this world. Within 10 years, you'll definitely be able to conceive a nascent soul. Sun Xian and Zhen Qing had been trapped in love for a long time, but they couldn't compare to Chen Yi who had severed their love long ago, so they couldn't conceive a baby for a long time. Now that Xiaohua had killed Chen Yi, the knot in their hearts was forcibly broken. Especially, the immortal peaches were the essence of heaven and earth. After the two of them ate the immortal peaches, the laws of heaven and earth had already quietly merged into their gene dan. Conceiving a baby was only a matter of time. Congratulations, Martial Uncle, congratulations, Martial Uncle. Sun Shu and Jianghu hurriedly went up to congratulate her. Zhen Qing's character was upright and she had always loved and cared for her disciples. Thus, Jianghu and the others congratulated her from the bottom of their hearts. Zhen Qing, who had just escaped death, smiled and helped the two of them up. He smiled and said, This old man is useless. I haven't had a breakthrough in my cultivation for a long time. You two need to work harder. Don't be like this old man. Yes, we understand. Sun Shu and Zhen Yu stood up. Zhen Qing then looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Daoist, are you still going with us to the Ardent Fire Mountain? It seemed like Zhen Qing had already understood that it wasn't a coincidence that Xiao Hua had met him. Xiao Hua smiled. Since Zhen Qing didn't point it out, he wouldn't explain either. Thus, he replied, of course, this junior does indeed have some karma with the Ardent Fire Mountain. This time, I might as well settle it. Alright, with Zhenren, this old man has a plan in mind. This time, we won't embarrass the Imperial Thunder Sect. Zhen Qing said with relief. Senior uncle, please. Seeing that Zhen Yu had already released the flying boat, Xiao Hua hurriedly invited Zhen Qing onto the flying boat. Zhen Qing hesitated for a moment, but she didn't decline. She nodded and pulled Xiao Hua onto the flying boat. Sun Xian carefully followed behind. It was rare for someone as stubborn as her to be so obedient. The flying boat once again soared into the sky. Sun Shu asked curiously from the side, Senior apprentice brother, why do you still have a dispute with the Ardent Fire Mountain? Are they the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain that I met during the Great Sword Battle? Oh, it's a long story. Seeing that the airboat was not moving fast, Xiao Hua knew that there was still a long way to go before they arrived at the Ardent Fire Mountain. Although he didn't need to talk about the 3 continents, it didn't matter if he told Shuai about his experiential learning. Therefore, he told her about his fate with the Ardent Fire Mountain. Since Xiao Hua took the initiative to mention Shuai, Sun Shu also couldn't avoid it. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, Sun Shu probed, Senior apprentice brother, do you already know about Senior apprentice sister? Shuai was a Foundation Establishment disciple and Wu Hen was a Golden Core cultivator. Both of them had life spirit tablets in the Imperial Thunder Sect. When the 2 of them died, the Imperial Thunder Sect would discover it. Therefore, Sun Shu already knew that Shuai was no longer in this world. Xiao Hua nodded. Shuai died for me. How come I didn't know about it? Senior apprentice sister is really powerful. Sun Shu suddenly understood something and whispered, I can't compare with her. There's no need to compare. Xiao Hua smiled and said, everyone is different. Just be yourself. Wu Hen. Zhen Qing asked. The 2 of us are the same. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, that day when Junior left the Imperial Thunder Sect, Junior discovered that 2 nascent soul cultivators were chasing Junior. Junior was unable to escape no matter how hard Junior tried. In the end, Master and Shuai suddenly appeared and self-detonated to trap the 2 of them. Junior was able to escape. Zhen Qing frowned. Clearly, she didn't understand why Shuai and Wu Hen suddenly appeared. However, Xiao Hua was a member of the government. Zhen Qing couldn't not believe his words. Moreover, this involved the 2 people closest to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't lie. Therefore, Zhen Qing continued to ask, what about the 2 nascent soul cultivators? Why were they chasing you? Those 2 nascent soul cultivators have already fallen. Xiao Hua replied, from the beginning to the end, they didn't reveal their identity. Junior doesn't know who they are and also doesn't know why they were chasing Junior. Damn it. Zhen Qing recalled that day when Xiao Hua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect and was chased by 2 nascent soul cultivators. Her heart was filled with anger and she cursed in a low voice. What about now? Sun Xian was also worried about Xiao Hua and asked. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and smiled, this is the reason why Junior wanted to hide his cultivation. This Junior wants to know, who is it that is so interested in this Junior? Sun Shu said curiously, Senior brother has already seen those 2 nascent soul cultivators. With Senior brother's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find those 2 missing nascent soul cultivators, right? And, this is of course simple. Xiao Hua nodded. However, Senior brother still has more important things to do. Moreover, this matter. Senior brother doesn't need to do it personally. Presumably, someone has already investigated it. Senior brother can just find someone to ask. What senior brother wants to do now is to find the mastermind behind these missing nascent soul cultivators. Senior brother wants to lure the snake out of its hole. Sun Shu understood and said with a smile, senior brother has always been low-key. Even for such an important matter, you still handle it this way. There are many ways to solve this problem. Xiaohua said with a smile, with senior brother's current strength, it's even easier. Senior brother can find the truth with any method. Senior brother just casually found one. That's true. Sun Shu glanced at Yuanya, who didn't speak much, and said with some jealousy, senior brother has such a powerful disciple who can casually sweep across the Dawn Rain continent. Then there's no need to care about the method. After saying that, Sun Shu was curious and asked, senior brother, how many of such disciples do you have? Not many, only 6. Xiaohua didn't hide and replied with a smile. Ah. So many. Sun Shu said in surprise, are they as powerful as Yuanya? More or less. Xiaohua knew that this was a chat and said without hiding anything, some are more powerful than him, and some are worse than him. Senior brother, you really have the momentum of sweeping across the Dawn Rain continent. Sun Shu couldn't help but cry out, then her eyes turned and asked tentatively, how about this, senior brother, you let your disciple accept me as a disciple? Sun Shu's feelings for Xiaohua were also deep, but in front of Shueshue, Sun Shu still tactfully hid these thoughts. Now that Shueshue had fallen, Sun Shu was even more moved by Shueshue's fearless love. Her love couldn't help but sprout, so this sentence was also a kind of test. Who knew that Xiaohua's reaction was far beyond her expectations? Xiaohua raised his hand slightly and placed it on Sun Shu's head, rubbing her hair, and said with a smile, you are this Zhao's little sister. What do you want to cultivate? This senior brother can teach you. Why do you need to take them as your master? Logically speaking, they should be able to call you martial aunt. Yes, senior brother, this junior sister understands. Sun Shu's heart ached. She knew that she couldn't be compared to Shueshue in this life. Although she agreed, the disappointment in her heart was far greater than the joy in her mouth. Seeing Xiaohua cut off Sun Shu's feelings so neatly, Sun Qian at the side sighed with emotion. She looked at Zhen Qing beside her and understood that if Zhen Qing was like this a few years ago, things wouldn't have ended up like this. However, looking at Sun Shu's disappointment and thinking about her own gains, Sun Qian sighed with emotion and also felt happy. Zhen Qing pondered, but she only put this thought aside and asked with a smile, Xiaohua, where have you been cultivating in seclusion these past few years? Why is there no news at all? In other realms. Xiaohua knew that Zhen Qing was concerned, but he still smiled and said, this matter will be known by martial uncle in the future. This junior won't waste time talking about it. Okay. Zhen Qing nodded. Xiaohua was afraid that he would ask too much, so he thought for a moment and said, martial uncle, back then, you gave this junior your understanding of core condensation, which was extremely helpful to this junior's cultivation. Now that this junior has taken a step earlier, I will also share my understanding with martial uncle. Yeah, you steer the boat and let Zhen Yu point out the direction. Yes, master. Yuanya replied and asked for the direction of Ardent Fire Mountain. He urged the flying boat to fly faster than before. Zhen Qing, Sun Qian, Sun Shu, and Zhen Yu sat on the flying boat and listened to Xiaohua's detailed explanation. Xiaohua's explanation was naturally different from the others. He could see the flaws in each person's cultivation and where they needed to be supplemented. Therefore, although it seemed that he was talking to the 4 of them, each of them listened as if he was exhorting them. They really benefited a lot. Even after 10 days, when Ardent Fire Mountain was already in sight, they were still immersed in the enlightenment and did not hear anything. Xiaohua stopped and said with a smile, martial uncle, we are already near Ardent Fire Mountain. You can inform the Fire Qilin now. Zhen Qing and the others were listening to the wonderful part. Xiaohua suddenly stopped and felt a little embarrassed. Sun Shu could not help but beg, senior martial brother, please talk for another half a day. This little sister is listening with enthusiasm. Unfortunately, Xiaohua shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to talk, but this kind of explanation is far from ending. If I don't talk about it until you step into the Mahayana realm and ascend to the immortal realm, you will never feel satisfied. Then how about another half a day? Zhen Qing could not help but ask. Okay. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, nodded and started talking again. Sure enough, half a day passed very quickly. When Xiaohua stopped talking, the four of them still felt that they were not satisfied. Without waiting for Sun Shu to speak, Xiaohua said with a smile, "In the future, if I establish a sect in the Dawn Rain continent, I will definitely hold a forum and give lectures. If you all want to listen, you can go at that time. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank you for all kinds of support." Chapter 5088. Alas. Zhenyu sighed and said, "It's only today that Junior understands what it means to gladly endure hardships. Previously, when Junior was cultivating, there were often things that Junior didn't understand. Sometimes, the master who taught me didn't explain it clearly, which made Junior feel that the path of cultivation was really difficult. But now, after listening to Daoist's lecture, I feel that the path of cultivation is really bright." "You think too much." Xiaohua responded and said to Zhen Qing, "Martial uncle, send out the summoning talisman. If we delay any longer, there might be other cultivators coming to the Ardent Fire Mountain." "Okay." Zhen Qing glanced at Xiaohua and knew that he had already discovered other cultivators. She quickly took out the summoning talisman and activated it with her magic power. The summoning talisman flew into the distant Crimson Mountain range and disappeared. Seeing the summoning talisman disappear, Zhen Qing was about to ask who the other cultivators were when a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but bite his lips because he already understood that Xiaohua's appearance wasn't just a coincidence. It might even be intentional. Xiaohua wanted to test Chen Yi. Alas, this is fate. Zhen Qing sighed inwardly. Chen Yi has been scheming against others all her life, but I didn't expect that she would fall into someone else's scheme today. No, it should be said that this is someone else's test. If she was a little bit more sentimental, she wouldn't have ended up in this state. Zhen Qing, who was easily sentimental, fell into a state of longing again and didn't say anything. In the sky, other than the flying boat, there was only the whistling of the mountain wind. The mountain peak here was different from other places. Other than the mountain rocks being crimson red, the ground was also crimson red. On the ground, there was a type of plant that was more than a foot tall. This plant's stem was red, and between the branches and leaves, there was a spiral shape. Layer after layer of light red was stained on the surface like smoke. When the wind blew, the red leaves danced, as if they were covered in flames. On the mountain peak, there were also tall pine trees. These pine trees were also red. Although the red of the pine trees wasn't as bright as the red of the ground and was somewhat dark, the red was dense like blood. When the mountain wind whistled, the pine trees swayed, and the crimson color danced. Amidst the crimson color, a fiery red flying shuttle that could only accommodate one person flew out from the mountain range. When the flying shuttle landed, an aura-refining disciple jumped down from the shuttle. Looking at everyone, he didn't dare to neglect and bowed respectfully. "Junior is Wufeng from the Ardent Fire Mountain." "Get up." Zhen Qing collected her thoughts and helped Wufeng up with a smile. "We are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. We rushed here after receiving the Fire Qilan's message. Bring us to him." Wufeng stood up and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, "Seniors, may I know which one of you is Ancestor Zhen?" "Oh, because my Imperial Thunder Sect has some important matters to attend to, Martial Ancestor Zhen can't come personally, so he sent us over." Sun Shu frowned and answered for Zhen Qing. Then, Wufeng was still unwilling to give up and asked, "Which Grandmaster is a nascent soul Grandmaster?" "No nascent soul Grandmaster from my Imperial Thunder Sect has come." Sun Shu was somewhat displeased and said, "If the Fire Qilan doesn't welcome the disciples of the Imperial Lightning Sect, then we will return and report to Ancestor Zhen." "Senior, please forgive me." Wufeng was sent by the Fire Qilan to welcome them, so he was naturally eloquent. He hurriedly replied, Junior didn't mean that. Junior doesn't know if my grandmaster made it clear in the message he sent to Ancestor Jen, but the current situation in the Ardent Fire Mountain is somewhat complicated. If you don't have the strength of a nascent soul grandmaster, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with it. Moreover, your life might be in danger, so Junior asked a few more questions. The meaning in Huafeng's words was very clear. If Xiao Hua wasn't here, Zhen Qing might have turned around and left. But at this moment, Zhen Qing's expression was calm and she said with a smile, Huafeng, don't worry. Bring us to see the Fire Qilin. We definitely won't disappoint him. Huafeng naturally couldn't tell the strength of Xiao Hua, Yuanya, Zhen Qing, and the others, but after hearing Zhen Qing's assurance, he was overjoyed. He brought Zhen Qing and the others and flew into the depths of the mountain. Senior Marshal Brother. Sun Shu couldn't help but ask through voice transmission, are there any other cultivators from the other sects coming? Are there any other cultivators from the other sects? Sun Shu didn't know what to say when he saw the blazing hot air in front of him. Xiao Hua glanced into the distance and revealed a strange expression. He said with a smile, I don't know many nascent soul cultivators, but I'm very familiar with this nascent soul cultivator. Who? Sun Shu was somewhat curious. After all, Xiao Hua was only a foundation establishment cultivator before he went missing. Meng Country, Changbai Sect, Daoist Jingru. Xiao Hua said word by word. Daoist Jingru? Sun Shu was stunned and asked curiously, he's a cultivator from Meng Country. Why did he come to my country of Shi? There's no other way. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it seems that there are many nascent soul cultivators who received the favor of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. After several hundred years, their descendants can still find nascent soul cultivators to help them with their tokens. It's just that if the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain were the same person, and now that they're divided into three sects, I don't know who this favor belongs to. Xiao Hua's words were naturally sarcastic. Zhen Qing and Sun Shu might not know, but Xiao Hua was clear about the eccentric temperament of the three nascent soul cultivators of the Ardent Fire Mountain. The nascent soul cultivators they offended definitely exceeded the number of nascent soul cultivators who received their favor. Yes, it's been more than 700 years since the Sword Dao War. Zhen Qing sighed and said, the Fire Qilin took the token and went to find Martial Ancestor General. No wonder Martial Ancestor didn't want to come. Moreover, the Fire Qilin didn't come personally and only sent Huafeng over. There's something wrong with that. Oh. Xiao Hua was stunned. He thought that Zhen Lei Palace really had some urgent matter, but now, it seemed that it was just Zhen Qing's excuse. Senior Marshal Brother. Sun Shu asked, how did you know Daoist Jingru? How could we know each other? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, this guy has enmity with me. Soon after, Xiao Hua whispered about the grudge between him and Daoist Jingru. Hearing that Daoist Jingru, a nascent soul cultivator, actually chased after Xiao Hua from Gue He Si all the way to the Imperial Thunder Sect, Sun Shu and Zhen Qing's expressions changed. Sun Shu even said with righteous indignation, is this still a nascent soul cultivator? So shameless? Fortunately. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I was lucky enough to escape back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since then, I haven't seen this guy again. Sun Shu shouted, Senior Marshal Brother, just kill him. Zhen Qing immediately thought of Chen Yi and said with a bitter smile, Daoist really came back to the Dawn Rain continent to settle the karma. Yes, if I don't settle the karma, how can my Dao heart be clear? Xiao Hua said while transforming, Marshal Uncle, if there's anything, just tell Yuanya. Junior will see what Daoist Jingru is like now before making a decision. Seeing Xiao Hua transforming into an unfamiliar cultivator, Zhen Qing smiled bitterly and said, all right, I hope this senior Jingru can pass the test. Daoist. Sun Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked, since you understand karma, are you preparing for ascension? Oh. Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at Sun Xian and said, you know about ascension? Sun Xian's face was a bit red, and she said with a smile, Junior obtained a broken jade slip a long time ago, and there was an introduction about ascension inside. However, ascension is only a legend, so Junior has long forgotten about it. Xiaohua nodded and replied, more or less. Xiaohua's words were really shocking. Previously, Sun Shu inferred with common sense that Xiaohua was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Later, when she saw how powerful Yuanya was, Sun Shu racked her brains to guess Xiaohua's cultivation level. Now, when she heard that Xiaohua was about to ascend, her brain buzzed, as if the whole world was about to collapse or darken. The immortal realm was almost ethereal to all the cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent, but to Sun Shu, it was closer to an ideal. She had never thought that she would be able to face a cultivator who was about to ascend. Moreover, this cultivator had traveled with her and gone through trials and hardships together. Seeing everyone's astonishment, Xiaohua said with a smile, "This is the path that all cultivators must take. As long as you all work hard, this day will definitely come." Yes, Junior understands. Facing such a supreme cultivator, Zhen Qing didn't dare to be negligent. She bowed and replied, "Understood." Another karma settled. When Xiaohua heard how Zhen Qing addressed him, he sighed in his heart. He understood that he had one less concern in this world. While everyone was talking, they arrived in front of another mountain. This mountain was one of the many mountain peaks. Cryptic fluctuations were emitted from it from time to time. Wherever the fluctuations passed, faint flames would appear in the void. When the wind blew, the flames would also appear. Everyone stood in front of the mountain peak as if they were facing a huge bundle of flames. "Senior, please wait a moment." Huafeng stopped and respectfully said, "Junior asks martial ancestor to come out and welcome us." "Well said." Zhen Qing replied with a smile. With an ascended cultivator overseeing things, she was even more confident. Huafeng sent out a communication talisman. Not long after, the fire Qilin flew over with a group of disciples from the ardent fire mountain. Some of these disciples were quite old, some were young, and some were in the foundation establishment realm. However, most of them were in the aura refining realm. When the fire Qilin saw that Xingyunzi wasn't among the group of cultivators, he was obviously disappointed. However, this was within his expectations. When he saw Xiaohua, his face unconsciously became more spirited. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Junior Fire Qilin greets Senior." "Senior, you seem a bit unfamiliar. How should I address you?" "This old man's name is Zhang Xiaohua." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Just call me Senior Zhang." Yes, Junior greets Senior Zhang." After the fire Qilin bowed, he greeted everyone. Xiaohua paid attention to the fire Qilin. At this time, the fire Qilin was already a late-stage gold core cultivator. Not only was his face old, but there was also a lot of fatigue between his eyebrows. However, the way he greeted people was very different from before. He was no longer straightforward and had added the necessary etiquette. Although there was a lot of hypocrisy in his etiquette, it could still be considered an improvement. Vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all forms of support. Thank you to Alliance Leader Mei Xianjun, Alliance Leader Chuan Tong, Alliance Leader Daoist Xiao, Book of Flight, and other fellow Daoists. Chapter 5089. After greeting each other, the fire Qilin couldn't help but ask again, "Fellow Daoist Zhen, does Senior Xingyunzi really have no time to come? Today's matter is really too important to I." Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed in his heart and thought to himself, after all, it's the fire Qilin. If it was someone else who knew that Xingyunzi wasn't coming, why would they ask again? Moreover, he didn't go out to greet him and only send a disciple. This is obviously disrespectful to the Imperial Thunder sect. Zhen Qing had no choice but to repeat the previous words. The disappointment on the fire Qilin's face deepened. He looked at Zhen Qing and then at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice, "Senior Zhang, what's your current strength?" "I'm at the early nascent soul stage." Xiaohua said, proudly. "What? If you only want to wait for Xingyunzi, then I'll go back first." Zhen Qing hurriedly mediated and said, Fire Qilin, Senior Zhang is a good friend of my Grandmaster. Grandmaster Zhen can't come, so he specially invited Senior Zhang to come. Don't be rude. The Fire Qilin woke up and hurriedly said with an apologetic smile, Senior, please don't blame me. Junior didn't mean that. Junior heard that the Fire One not only invited Changbai Sect's Reverend Jingru, but also invited a mysterious cultivator. That Reverend Jingru is a senior in the middle or late nascent soul stage. Junior was afraid that Senior Zhang would be at a disadvantage. Fire Qilin, why did you invite Yunzi over? Xiao Hua frowned and said, I'm only here to represent Yunzi. I'm not here to fight with my life on the line. You have to explain the matter clearly. The Fire Qilin was somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly replied, Senior, there's no need to fight with my life on the line, but a fight is possible. Junior begs Senior. Junior's life is in Senior's hands. I'm just an early nascent soul stage cultivator. How can I be Reverend Jingru's opponent? Xiao Hua said, You've put your life on my hands. Isn't it all for nothing? Oh, Senior, don't worry. The Fire Qilin said again, Junior invited Senior Zhen and others, damn it. Xiao Hua said somewhat angrily, Fire Qilin, what's going on? What happened to your ardent fire mountain? Who else did you invite? Senior. The Fire Qilin hurriedly replied. But at that moment, whoosh. Another messaging talisman flew over from afar, passing through the many restrictive spells and landing in front of the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin received the messaging talisman and glanced at it. It was immediately overjoyed and cried out, Senior Zhang, please wait a moment. This junior will go and welcome Adept Bluefeather. Everything will be explained once I return. After saying that, the Fire Qilin's figure streaked across the sky and rushed out of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Behind him, the group of Ardent Fire Mountain disciples were somewhat flustered. They did not know if they should follow the Fire Qilin to welcome Adept Bluefeather or stay here to accompany Xiao Hua and the others. Of course, this was only for a short moment before some older disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain appeared. After a brief discussion, some of them brought their disciples and flew up to welcome Adept Bluefeather. Some of them stayed where they were, accompanying Xiao Hua and the others as they waited for Adept Bluefeather. Senior, please forgive me. The one who accompanied Xiao Hua was an early-stage gold-core old man. He smiled and said to Xiao Hua, Senior, don't look at my family's young master's lack of understanding. His temperament is the most straightforward and sincere. He is the most suitable candidate to be the sect master of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Only he can convince the masses and make the other two sects of the Ardent Fire Mountain follow him wholeheartedly. Xiao Hua did not comment. He also looked out of the Ardent Fire Mountain like everyone else. He seemed to have some thoughts in his heart. Adept Bluefeather is a nascent soul cultivator of the Meng Nation's immortal music sect. Adept Jingyu is also a nascent soul cultivator of the Meng Nation's Changbai sect. These two nascent soul cultivators of the Meng Nation were invited by two people of the Ardent Fire Mountain at the same time. Is this a coincidence? In fact, whether it was a coincidence or not didn't mean anything to Xiao Hua. In just half a cup of tea's time, Adept Bluefeather and his disciples had already arrived in front of the Ardent Fire Mountain accompanied by the Fire Qilin. Xiao Hua had met Adept Bluefeather in the Xiankong Pavilion of Haoming City. At that time, Adept Bluefeather was just a short and fat early-stage nascent soul cultivator. 600 years had left a lot of hardships on Adept Bluefeather's face. It even allowed Adept Bluefeather to step into the late-stage nascent soul stage. However, it did not change Adept Bluefeather's short and fat body. Xiao Hua recognized the high and mighty nascent soul grandmaster at a glance. Junior greets Adept Bluefeather. Although Adept Bluefeather was a cultivator of the Meng Nation, the disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect all bowed to greet him. While everyone bowed, only Xiao Hua and Yuanya stood upright. Adept Bluefeather naturally saw Xiao Hua and Yuanya. Xiao Hua was somewhat glad that he had suppressed his realm to the nascent soul stage. If he had been at the gold core stage, he might have had to salute Adept Bluefeather. Wouldn't he have reaped what he sowed? Thinking of this, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I Zhang Xiaohua greets Adept Bluefeather. Zhang Xiaohua? Adept Bluefeather frowned and asked curiously, how come this old man didn't know that there was a nascent soul cultivator called Zhang Xiaohua in the country of Xi? Fellow Daoist is not a cultivator of the country of Xi, so naturally you don't know about the matters of the country of Xi. Xiaohua retorted indifferently, could it be that every nascent soul cultivator in the country of Xi has to report to the country of Meng? Senior. The Fire Qilin hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said with a smile, Senior Bluefeather, this Senior Zhang is a good friend of Senior Xingyunzi from the Imperial Thunder Sect. He came to my Ardent Fire Mountain because of Senior Zhen's request. Senior, please don't misunderstand. How can this old man misunderstand? Adept Bluefeather sneered, this old man is only afraid that someone has mixed in with us and hindered you from taking charge of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Take charge of the Ardent Fire Mountain? Xiaohua frowned and said, Fire Qilin, this old man asked you before. This old man didn't know what happened to your Ardent Fire Mountain, and you didn't explain clearly. How come there's someone taking charge of the Ardent Fire Mountain now? The Fire Qilin smiled bitterly and said, Senior Zhang, no matter what, you are still a nascent soul cultivator of the country of Xi. How could you not know the current situation of my Ardent Fire Mountain? Xiaohua nodded and said, this old man naturally knows the situation of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Since the fall of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain hundreds of years ago, the Ardent Fire Mountain has become a pile of loose sand. There hasn't been a qualified sect master to support the Ardent Fire Mountain. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly realized and said, this old man understands. This time, you want to choose a suitable sect master, right? Facing Xiaohua's hindsight, the Fire Qilin was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, Senior Zhang is right. That's why this junior invited Adept Bluefeather and Senior Zhen to help this junior. So that I can take the position of sect master of the Ardent Fire Mountain in one fell swoop. Xiaohua took a deep look at the Fire Qilin and said with a smile, so that's how it is. This old man received Xingyunzi's message and hurried over, so I didn't think much about it. No wonder you said that you needed this old man to take action. But since this old man wants to take action, what benefits does this old man have? Seeing Xiaohua directly ask about the benefits in front of so many people, the Fire Qilin's expression became very awkward. He looked at Adept Bluefeather and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he hesitated. Adept Bluefeather was displeased. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, Fellow Daoist Zhang, which sect are you from? Fortune Gate. Xiaohua replied indifferently. Fortune Gate? Adept Bluefeather was stunned. Then, a sneer appeared on his face and he said coldly, so you were sent by Zhong Haoran to tease this old man. When the Fire Qilin heard this, he was also stunned. He looked at Xiaohua strangely and whispered, Fortune Gate? Without waiting for Xiaohua to explain, Adept Bluefeather said, this old man doesn't care which sect you are from, but since you are a nascent soul master, you should have the awareness of a nascent soul master. You should understand the rules of a high-level cultivator. When you saw this old man just now, you didn't even know how to salute, and now you are asking about the benefits in front of others. Could it be that your family's elders didn't teach you? Seeing that Adept Bluefeather was getting angry and even dared to talk about his sect's elders, an early gold core old man who had accompanied the Fire Qilin to greet Adept Bluefeather hurriedly flew out from the crowd and bowed, Senior Bluefeather, please don't be anxious. Adept Bluefeather was even more displeased with being interrupted. He sneered, who are you? How dare you interrupt this old man? The Fire Qilin hurriedly said, Senior, please know that this is the Hall Master of my Ardent Fire Mountain's Fire Spirit Hall, Hall Master Hua Pengfei. Senior, please don't be anxious. Listen to Junior's explanation. Hua Pengfei said with a smile, although this Senior Zhang is a bit straightforward, his words are not excessive. After all, he followed Senior to the Ardent Fire Mountain from afar. From a moral point of view, he has already done his best. Supporting my Fire Qilin's martial uncle Hua to take charge of the Ardent Fire Mountain is not something that can be decided with just a few words. We invited seniors to come here to borrow senior strength. If my Ardent Fire Mountain did not pay any price, how could seniors help us? When we sent the message to seniors that day, juniors wanted to make things clear. However, Martial Uncle Qilin felt that seniors had not come yet, so it was too unscrupulous to talk about the price and benefits. Therefore, he did not say anything. As a matter of fact, it caused a misunderstanding. Senior Xianxia of the Imperial Thunder sect did not come, and Senior Zhang also misunderstood that my Ardent Fire Mountain only spoke empty words. This is the fault of my Ardent Fire Mountain. Junior apologizes to seniors on behalf of Martial Uncle Qilin. Seeing that Hua Pengfei was apologizing, the Fire Qilin hurriedly said, "This is my fault. How can I let Hall Master Hua apologize?" Senior Zhang, Senior Bluefeather, Jr. was not familiar with the affairs of the common people in his early years. These years, I have changed a lot, but after all, let's not talk about it. This is Junior's fault. Seniors, please forgive me. Xiao Hua was about to raise his hand to speak when he suddenly saw Adept Bluefeather's lips move. His heart stirred and he slightly urged his divine ability. Adept Bluefeather's voice transmitted to his ears, "Pengfei, Fire Qilin still hasn't decided? This Zhang Xiaohua is a nascent soul cultivator from which sect in the state of Xi? Don't let him mess up our plans. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, collect a collection, reward, and thank you for all forms of support." Chapter 5090. Senior, don't worry. Hua Pengfei bowed and said, "This is not a matter of Fire Qilin's decision. Fire Hibiscus and Fire One have already offered that item as the price, how could he not comply? If Ardent Fire Mountain had not decided on this matter, how could this junior dare to let Fire Qilin send a communication talisman to senior? As for this Zhang Xiaohua, this junior has never heard of her. However, when I sent the message to Imperial Thunder Sect Senior Xianxia, there was no mention of that item. Presumably, Senior Xianxia did not know about it, so he sent this senior over. This shows that Imperial Thunder Sect does not attach importance to this matter. Senior Zhang, I'll have to trouble Senior to speak about it. After all, this junior has already told Senior that a senior from Imperial Thunder Sect will come. And this old man understands. Daoist Master Bluefeather agreed and said, "This old man will see the situation first." He. Xiao Hua understood and thought, so the matter of Ardent Fire Mountain is really complicated. This Daoist Master Bluefeather does not seem to have a relationship with the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, but is colluding with this hall master called Hua Pengfei. His goal is the item of Ardent Fire Mountain. However, Daoist Master Bluefeather is already a mid or late nascent soul cultivator. At this time, Ardent Fire Mountain does not even have a single nascent soul cultivator. If he wants that item, he can just come and take it. Why go through so much trouble? Xiao Hua thought and hurriedly raised his hand to support Fire Qilin and the others. He said with a smile, "This old man is ashamed of himself. This old man is not a profiteer. Because of the changes in the world's spiritual energy, this old man has seen my fellow Daoists fall under the thunder tribulation one after another. This old man is pregnant with a nascent soul and needs to cultivate peacefully. How can I act rashly? Therefore, this old man wants to know." Senior. Fire Qilin stood up and bit his lips. He seemed to be forced to speak. "Senior, rest assured, my Ardent Fire Mountain." Just as Fire Qilin said this, woo-woo. A whistling sound came from the distant mountain range. Everyone looked up and saw a fireball falling like a star. Fire Qilin saw the fireball and his expression changed slightly. He glanced at Hua Pengfei, who also had an inexplicable expression, and whispered, "Lu Hua's message. Martial Uncle, could it be? It seems that there is a change." Fire Qilin said. The fireball had already landed in front of Fire Qilin in a flash. The Fire Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet red true yuan into the fireball. The fireball quickly shrank and turned into a fist-sized jade ball. When the Fire Qilin's divine sense entered the jade ball, a look of realization appeared on its face. It said, "The Fire Hibiscus and the Fire One request to postpone the battle. They intend to change it to 10 days later." After saying this, the Fire Qilin seemed to have temporarily removed a heavy burden, and said to Daoist Master Blue Feather and Xiao Hua with a smile, "Since that's the case, seniors, please move to the Fire Spirit Hall." "Junior, wait." Before the Fire Qilin could finish speaking, Hua Pengfei spoke abruptly. "Martial uncle, you must not agree to it. Seniors, there's no need to wait here. Head directly to Jiuhua Peak." "Oh." The Fire Qilin was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "The two seniors have come from afar and haven't rested yet. Isn't it good for them to delay the time?" "Martial uncles, can you tell me the reason for the delay?" Hua Pengfei asked. The Fire Qilin shook its head. "No." "Then when is the date we agreed on?" Hua Pengfei asked. "Tomorrow, of course." The Fire Qilin smiled. "Isn't this what we agreed on together?" "Martial uncle." Hua Pengfei smiled bitterly. "Senior, you have to think about it. They wanted to set the time 5 days ago, but the reason we strongly opposed it and insisted on setting the time tomorrow was because we were worried that Senior Blue Feather wouldn't be able to arrive in time. Now that Senior Blue Feather and Senior Zhang have arrived, they want to postpone it instead." "Senior, why do you think they are postponing it?" The Fire Qilin was ignorant of worldly affairs, but that didn't mean it was stupid. On the contrary, it was extremely intelligent. When it heard this, it already understood and nodded. "That's right, there's no need to say anything more. The reinforcements Hua Furong and Hua Wan asked for definitely didn't arrive in time, so they decided to postpone it. If we want to win, we definitely can't agree to postpone it." At this point, the Fire Qilin hesitated again and said, But when we asked to postpone it that day, Furong also helped us." "Martial Uncle Qilin." Hua Pengfei persuaded. "Senior, think about it again. If not for Martial Uncle Furong having difficulties and her reinforcements not arriving in time, would she have agreed to postpone it? Now, there's no time to lose. Martial Uncle has sent a message to Lu Hua, saying that he doesn't agree to postpone it. Furthermore, we will now rush to Jiuhua Peak. Senior Blue Feather and Senior Zhang will be waiting there. We'll see how they respond." The Fire Qilin was still hesitant. Following which, some disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain began to persuade it. After a few moments, the Fire Qilin sent a message to Xiao Hua and Daoist Blue Feather. "Two seniors, this junior originally wanted to set up a banquet, no need to say more." Daoist Blue Feather was rather straightforward. He flicked his sleeve and said, "This old man doesn't lack a banquet from your Ardent Fire Mountain. Hurry to Jiuhua Peak. This matter is over. This old man still has other matters to attend to." Yes. "Senior, please." The Fire Qilin respectfully said. "This junior happens to be on the way. I'll explain the matter that I didn't explain to the two seniors." Xiao Hua naturally didn't mind. He flew to the other side of the Fire Qilin and listened to the Fire Qilin explain the matter. It wasn't particularly different from his guess. After the Ardent Fire Mountain was divided into 3 factions, they hadn't been able to select a suitable sect head. Although the Fire Qilin's cultivation was high, he wasn't familiar with common affairs. Many disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain were unconvinced. Hua Furong and Hua Jiu weren't strong either. Therefore, the 3 factions had been in a stalemate for close to 100 years. Afterwards, when they saw the Ardent Fire Mountain declining, everyone felt that if this continued, the Ardent Fire Mountain would be exterminated before the sect head appeared. Therefore, everyone thought of the final battle. Speaking of battle, the Fire Qilin was naturally the leader. Hua Furong and Hua Wan proposed that they couldn't rely on the disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain to decide the sect head. After all, the Ardent Fire Mountain was also a Dao cultivator sect in the Cultivation 3 nations. They could also invite disciples from other sects to participate. If the Fire Qilin had more tricks up his sleeves, he naturally wouldn't agree. However, the Fire Qilin only cared about his family and didn't think too much about it. Therefore, he readily agreed. Of course, if they invited cultivators from outside the Ardent Fire Mountain to participate, Jindan cultivators definitely wouldn't do. At the very least, they would have to be early nascent soul cultivators. If they wanted early nascent soul cultivators to participate, just as Xiaohua said, there would be a price. And the price for the entire Ardent Fire Mountain to pay for a nascent soul cultivator to participate was the most valuable treasure of the Ardent Fire Mountain, Jianghu Peak. As for what this most valuable treasure was, it seemed that only the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain who had fallen knew about it. No one else knew. This most valuable treasure was sealed within the fire pond under Jianghu Peak. If they wanted to open this seal, they would have to rely on the 3 tokens that the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain usually hung around their necks. These 3 tokens weren't lost during the sword battle. They were brought back to the Ardent Fire Mountain by the disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain and obtained by the leaders of the 3 sections. Now, they were in the hands of the Fire Qilin, Fire Hibiscus, and Fire Yuan respectively. To open the seal, not only did it require the 3 tokens, it also required the blood essence of 3 direct bloodlines and a secret technique. It was said that the secret technique was even more strange. It was different every hour. Only by activating the token and dripping a drop of blood essence on the seal would the caster be able to know what the secret technique was. And if the caster didn't know the secret technique or failed to open the seal of the fire pond would produce an extremely powerful backlash that would kill the caster. This was perhaps the reason why Daoist Master Blue Feather didn't dare to act rashly. The current plan of the Ardent Fire Mountain was to use this most valuable treasure to ask a nascent soul grandmaster to help and choose a sect master of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Moreover, the nascent soul grandmaster would have to swear a blood oath to help the sect master govern the Ardent Fire Mountain for 100 years. After listening to the Fire Qilin's introduction, Xiaohua smiled wryly and said, "Fire Qilin, it's not that I don't agree, but you don't even know what the treasure under the Dove Fire Mountain is, yet you want this old man to help? Moreover, I have to swear a blood oath to help you govern the Ardent Fire Mountain for 100 years. If other sects besiege the Ardent Fire Mountain, does my fortune gate have to help you out?" This. The Fire Qilin smiled apologetically. Senior's words are reasonable. However, since it's something my 3 great-grandfathers sealed, it can't be wrong. It should be something that seniors can use. Perhaps, it would be of some help when one's cultivation reaches the severed god realm. As for helping this junior, I hope senior can forgive me. Although my Ardent Fire Mountain has declined, if the 3 sects work together, 100 years is enough for my Ardent Fire Mountain to recover. Therefore, if senior obtains the treasure, I hope senior can protect my Ardent Fire Mountain for 100 years. All right. If your Ardent Fire Mountain thinks this treasure is worth it, then this old man will reluctantly agree. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully, but he soon realized something and frowned. But, does your Ardent Fire Mountain have 2 supreme treasures? How will this old man and Daoist Blue Feather divide them? Fellow Daoist Zhang. Daoist Blue Feather sneered and said, the Ardent Fire Mountain may have 1 supreme treasure, or 2, or even 3 supreme treasures. However, before we discuss how to divide them, you and I must first consider helping the Fire Qilin seize the sect master position. Secondly, we must consider who will put in more effort and who will put in less effort in the process of competing for the position. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed. This old man thinks that with 2 nascent soul masters like us here, the Ardent Fire Mountain sect master position will be easily obtained. Is it possible that the Fire Hibiscus and the Fire Yuan will invite 4 more nascent soul masters? Fellow Daoist Zhang, don't be careless. Daoist Blue Feather frowned. You have the opportunity to advance to the nascent soul realm, and other cultivators naturally have the same opportunity. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth has changed, and many cultivators have fallen under the sudden nascent soul thunder tribulation, many disciples of aristocratic families have awakened their bloodline, and they have the opportunity to attack the nascent soul realm. The current strength of the aristocratic families in my Meng country has already emerged, and they are close to the true cultivation sects. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 5091. As Xiaohua flew, he seemed to be pondering. After a long time, he nodded and said, all right. My cultivation is not as good as fellow Blue Feathers, so I can't use more strength than fellow Blue Feather. This time, I will listen to fellow Blue Feather's arrangement and don't let I suffer a loss. Ha! Daoist Blue Feather laughed and clapped. We came to Ardent Fire Mountain to repay the old affection of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. Since fellow Zhang said so, how can this old man let you suffer a loss? There were many disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain that followed the Fire Qilin to the Jianghu Peak. Other than Hua Pengfei, the majority of the disciples had come. They followed behind the Fire Qilin and were all whispering to each other. Their faces were filled with excitement as if they had already seen the Fire Qilin obtain the position of sect master. As for the Fire Qilin, after talking to Xiao Hua and Daoist Blue Feather, he was somewhat depressed. He led everyone through the layers of restrictions and arrived in front of a small mountain peak. Unsurprisingly, this mountain was also crimson in color. However, it was a little short. On the opposite side of the mountain, there were 2 other mountains that were similarly short, forming a tripod. The 3 mountains sandwiched a fire pond. This fire pond was calm, like a fiery red agate that was 100 miles in size. Senior, please wait a moment. Although they could already see the fire pond, the Fire Qilin still cautiously stopped in midair and said, "This Jianghu Peak still has one last restriction. Wait for this junior to open it." Soon after, the Fire Qilin threw out a yellow talisman that contained blood essence. A series of muffled rumbling sounds came from the bottom of the mountain peak. It was as if a millstone was rolling up the mountain peak. Layers of scarlet flames poured down from the top of the mountain until the flames covered the entire mountain peak. Hoo-hoo! A rarely seen heat wave rushed out from the mountain peak. The nearby space slightly swayed, as if it was somewhat distorted. After the heat wave, scattered fluctuations rushed out like raindrops. Wherever the fluctuations went, sparks flew everywhere. After a full meal, the fluctuations gradually thinned out and disappeared. A powerful aura mixed with heat seeped out from the fire pond and rushed into the sky. Hiss! Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing this aura. He secretly cried out, "This is the aura of a fire attribute soul." Could it be that a soul was sealed under the fire pond? Oh, right. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly looked at Reverend Blue Feather and came to a realization. That year in the Xiankong Pavilion of Haoming City, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain once said that they had an incomplete soul of an 8th-stage spirit beast. This Reverend Blue Feather wanted to make a deal with the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain and use the soul of the 8th-stage spirit beast to repair their spirit weapons. However, the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain wanted an innate jellyfish, but this Reverend Blue Feather didn't have one. Could it be that this is the soul of the 8th-stage spirit beast? If that's the case, then I can explain why Adept Blue Feather insisted on interfering in the matters of Ardent Fire Mountain. Senior. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, the Fire Qilin spoke again. Inside the formation is a forbidden area of my blazing fire mountain, and it's called Zhurong Hall. It's said that this place is an ancient ruin. Oh, I remember that Senior Blue Feather had also been to the Xiankong Pavilion in Haoming City. This place is similar to the Xiankong Pavilion, but it's a little damaged. Oh. Adept Blue Feather raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, I remember that the Xiankong Pavilion is an imitation of the Void Palace, and there are mysteries of the Great Tao inside. Could it be that your Zhurong Hall also has such mysteries? The Fire Qilin smiled apologetically and said, I'm not sure about this. After all, my cultivation is shallow and I can't see anything. However, the interior of this hall is a little strange, so it's better for seniors to be careful. According to my 3 great-grandfathers, they don't dare to walk around carelessly inside. I understand. Adept Blue Feather casually replied, and then looked at the restriction that had just been opened. His expression was a little uncertain because his divine sense couldn't penetrate the restriction, so he couldn't see what was inside. However, after hearing the Fire Qilin's words, the 3 mountain peaks and the fire pond he saw just now were most likely illusions. Sure enough, after the Fire Qilin passed through the restriction, they also saw 3 mountain peaks, but the scenery was completely different. On top of the mountain peaks were rugged rocks of strange shapes, and each rock was larger than an ordinary hill. There were some strange runes between the rocks, and they looked not only old but also broken. The runes flickered with a dark red light, as if the energy waves that had rushed out from them had come from these runes. However, this wasn't the worst. As soon as everyone entered the restriction, their gazes were immediately attracted by a majestic hall on top of the mountain. This hall was simple and unadorned, and it looked extremely large, as if it covered the sky and the mountain peaks. What welcomed them was a vermilion door. The door was extremely large, and the pillars beside it were also extremely tall. Although the door was half closed, the space it revealed was enough for a dozen people to enter at the same time. On top of the door was a similarly large plaque, but this plaque was already broken, and the words couldn't be seen clearly. Only the flame-like patterns on the edges of the plaque could be seen flickering. As everyone flew closer to the door, a powerful and intimidating aura was emitted from the door, as if a huge monster was opening its mouth and inviting its guests to enter. Senior. The fire Qilin landed in front of the door and smiled apologetically. This is one of the 3 doors of Zhurong Hall. We can't fly in, and we can only walk in from the ground. Reverend Blue Feather nodded. Guests should follow the host's wishes. You lead the way, and this old man will follow behind. The fire Qilin entered Zhurong Hall first, and Reverend Blue Feather and Xiaohua followed behind. After entering the hall, what entered everyone's eyes was another simple hall, and the furnishings and decorations inside were much larger than usual. The fire Qilin didn't stay in the hall for long, and it flew straight into the hall. After passing through a few halls, the fire aura gradually grew stronger, and there were traces of fire in the hall. Moreover, there were already some fire shadows on the left side of the hall, and there were also layers of light and shadow in front of the hall, as if there was a real fire burning. In the end, everyone walked into a damaged hall. Instead of calling this hall a hall, it was more like a platform. This was because the hall had already collapsed. Above the roof of the hall was a greenish-white sky. The floor of the hall was filled with huge cracks, and the abnormally large benefactors were lying on the ground. What was special was that at the front of the hall, where the hall was torn apart, all the cracks were rolling downwards. It looked as if a huge rock had fallen from the sky and caused the hall to collapse again. Xiaohua and the others walked to the other side of the hall, where the hole had been torn apart. Looking down, they saw a bottomless abyss, with smoke lingering in the abyss. Layers of flames rushed out from the bottom of the abyss without restraint, rushing into the sky and into the dome of heaven. The abyss was about 10 miles wide, and there were some faint red lights flashing in it. Waves of obscure fluctuations rushed out from the red lights, and obviously, there was a powerful restriction formation at the bottom. The flames couldn't block everyone's sight. They looked at the bottom of the abyss, then raised their eyes to the opposite side. Through the flames, they could clearly see that there were also 2 collapsed halls, but the floor of the hall was slightly smaller than the floor under everyone's feet. At this moment, there weren't any figures in these 2 halls, only broken fences and dilapidated walls. The fire Qilin stopped, pointed at the abyss, and said, Senior, below this abyss is the fire pond, and above the fire pond is a layer of restriction formation. According to my 3 great-grandfathers, this restriction formation is one with Zhurong Palace, but due to some accident, Zhurong Palace was broken, and a flaw appeared in the restriction formation, which allowed them to use the power of the restriction formation to set up their magic formation. Of course, this magic formation was also created by comprehending the restriction formation of Zhurong Palace, and is not an ordinary magic formation. Reverend Blue Feather slightly nodded and casually responded, but didn't comment. Next to him, Na had already begun to transmit his voice to Huapengfei. Senior, this is the seal that this junior was talking about earlier. This junior has tried to break it several times. Every time I tried, an extremely powerful counterattack force would be generated from the seal. It is far beyond what this junior can withstand. Therefore, this junior does not dare to act rashly. What's the secret technique that the fire Qilin mentioned? Reverend Blue Feather's lips slightly moved as he asked, why can't this old man see anything special about it? Junior doesn't know about this. Huapengfei looked around, then lowered his head and transmitted his voice. Junior has only heard about it from the 3 great-grandfathers of Blazing Fire Mountain when they were still alive. Junior hasn't been here before, and only after receiving Senior's message did I sneak in. This so-called secret technique, Junior doesn't know about it at all. You can be considered the direct descendant of the 3 great-grandfathers of Blazing Fire Mountain, so how come you don't even know about the secret? Reverend Blue Feather's words were somewhat directed at Hua Pengfei's heart. Sure enough, Hua Pengfei fiercely replied, Senior is right. The Fire Qilan's bloodline isn't as pure as this Junior's, but he has received the love of the 3 great-grandfathers of Blazing Fire Mountain. Therefore, his position is far above this Junior's. Senior, look at his indecisive appearance. How can he be a good sect master? If this Junior was in his position, it would be impossible for the situation of Blazing Fire Mountain to become like this. Don't worry. Reverend Blue Feather laughed. This time, this old man will first help the Fire Qilan become the sect master, then I'll suggest you to become the vice sect master. After a period of time, you will be able to ascend to the position of sect master. Many thanks, Senior. Hua Pengfei found it inconvenient to bow, but his tone was still respectful. No matter if it was Hua Pengfei or Reverend Blue Feather, they would never have dreamed that Xiao Hua had heard every single word of their conversation. Poor Fire Qilan, how could he have known that he had been plotted against by a disciple of his sect and a senior of his sect? He looked at the opposite side, then turned around and respectfully said to Xiao Hua and Reverend Blue Feather, 2 seniors, this Junior has already sent Lu Hua's message to Hua Furong and Hua Wan, informing them that the battle will continue as usual. The time of the battle will be tomorrow. 2 seniors, please take a rest here and wait for Hua Furong and Hua Wan to enter Zhurong Palace tomorrow morning. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward. Chapter 5092. N. Daoist Blue Feather nodded and looked around before walking to a corner of the main hall and sitting down cross-legged. The Golden Core disciple and several Foundation Establishment disciples he brought hurriedly sat down around him. Seeing Daoist Blue Feather leave, Xiao Hua also found a place and sat down. Zhen Qing and the others naturally stood beside him. Zhen Qing wanted to ask something, but seeing that Xiao Hua seemed to be meditating, she shut her mouth and closed her eyes to carefully comprehend what she had just learned. After the meal, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain in the distance and said, Fire Qilan, come here. Yes, Senior. Fire Qilan, like everyone else, was also meditating with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he hurriedly stood up and walked over. Daoist Blue Feather naturally heard Xiao Hua's voice. He slightly opened his eyes and looked at him before closing them again. A trace of disdain appeared on his face. After all, Xiao Hua was just an early nascent soul cultivator. In his opinion, Xiao Hua was just an ornament. Now that Xiao Hua took the initiative to look for Fire Qilan, it seemed that Xiao Hua was overestimating himself. Senior, what's the matter? Fire Qilan respectfully saluted. Xiao Hua smiled and said, no need to be polite. Sit down. In front of Senior, this Junior doesn't dare to be casual. Fire Qilan was puzzled and didn't dare to sit down. Sit down. This old man has a few questions to ask you. Xiao Hua looked at this golden core cultivator who was very different from before and said with some emotion in his heart. Fire Qilan looked at Xiao Hua with a somewhat familiar expression, but after carefully thinking about it, he couldn't recognize it. However, he didn't say anything and carefully sat down. Xiao Hua said, this old man was acquainted with the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. That year. I also saw you. Ah. Fire Qilan was startled and almost jumped up from the ground. He looked at Xiao Hua in surprise and asked, Senior, this Junior doesn't have any impression of you? This old man changed his appearance after becoming pregnant. Naturally, you can't recognize me. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Fire Qilan suddenly understood and hurriedly said with a smile, indeed, this Junior didn't think of this. It seems that this Junior must congratulate Senior for successfully becoming pregnant. Actually. Xiao Hua nodded his head and indicated for the Fire Qilan to sit down. He said, this old man's first question is, this old man is very clear about your aptitude. After so many years, you should have been pregnant a long time ago, but this old man doesn't see any signs of you being pregnant at all. The Fire Qilan's face turned a little red when he heard Xiao Hua's question. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you may not know this, but ever since the Sword Dao War, my Blazing Fire Mountain's 3 great-grandfathers fell in Sky Patrol City, and my Blazing Fire Mountain began to split. Since then, this junior has not been able to cultivate in peace. Moreover, without the support of great-grandfather, everything that I need for my cultivation has started to be lacking. If it weren't for my good aptitude, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to step into the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. At this point, the Fire Qilan mocked himself. Actually, if I'm not even at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, I wouldn't have so many troubles now. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and said, This is this old man's second question. Are you really willing to be the sect master? The Fire Qilan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but just like before, he swallowed his words. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and then said, Since Senior has seen this junior before, you must have seen this junior before. This junior is actually self-aware. I know that I only know how to cultivate and don't know anything about the affairs of the sect. Moreover, in the past few hundred years, this junior has never thought that he would come to snatch the position of sect master. But, with the passage of time, the Blazing Fire Mountain today is no longer the Blazing Fire Mountain in this junior's memory, nor is it the Blazing Fire Mountain where you, a junior, can cultivate in peace. There is a group of cultivators fighting for fame and profit here. In order to get everything they want, they don't hesitate to tear apart their family ties. In that case, why don't you leave the Blazing Fire Mountain? The Fire Qilan's words were not beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. Xiao Hua asked with interest. The Fire Qilan did not hesitate this time and immediately replied, How does Senior know that this junior has never left? Oh. Since you have left, why are you still here? Xiao Hua asked back. The Fire Qilan smiled bitterly and said, If this junior is not in the Blazing Fire Mountain, where can I escape to? Besides the Blazing Fire Mountain, is there any place in this world that doesn't have people fighting for fame and profit? If this junior leaves the Blazing Fire Mountain, where can I cultivate? Xiao Hua understood the Fire Qilan's pain and nodded, So you came back? Yes. After all, this is the place where this junior grew up. After all, what can this junior do for the disciples of the Blazing Fire Mountain? The Fire Qilan replied, This junior doesn't want to see the Blazing Fire Mountain decline like this. If there is a suitable sect master, can you leave with peace of mind? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. The Fire Qilan was puzzled. What does Senior mean? Xiao Hua smiled and said, Nothing, this is this old man's third question. You can do whatever you want. If you don't want to answer, then forget it. If there is a suitable sect master, this junior can naturally leave. The Fire Qilan replied, Unfortunately, Hua Hibiscus and Hua Wan are barely satisfactory. I'm afraid they can't convince the disciples of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Other than their strength being slightly weaker, they are more suitable to be the sect master than you in all other aspects. Xiao Hua said ruthlessly. The Fire Qilan was somewhat embarrassed and nodded. What Senior said is true. This junior also admits this point. Actually, this junior might as well say it more deeply. If not for Hua Pengfei and the others encouraging this junior really doesn't want to fight for the position of sect master. This junior only wants to stay in the Blazing Fire Mountain and do some things within his power for the Blazing Fire Mountain. AI, this is what it means when the tree wants to be still but the wind won't stop. Xiao Hua sighed and finally said, I hope that tomorrow your Blazing Fire Mountain will have a good ending and a good beginning. Thank you, Senior, for your concern. The Fire Qilan stood up and said respectfully before slowly retreating. Hua Pengfei was naturally concerned. He transmitted his voice to ask what happened. The Fire Qilan only shook his head and didn't say anything. He then closed his eyes and seemed to be meditating. One day and one night quickly passed. The nebula gradually became thinner and the first rays of dawn were about to arrive. At the broken gap of the Zhu Rong Palace, a faint light from the sky dispelled the darkness of the night. A wisp of light illuminated along the layers of broken walls and gradually fell into the dark red abyss. At the broken palace opposite Xiaohua and the others, a wisp of light flashed and some vague figures appeared. The fire Qilin had long been paying attention to the opposite side. Seeing the figures appear, he hurriedly jumped up from the ground and said somewhat impatiently, "Seniors, Huo has arrived. We should go over." Hearing this, Xiaohua moved and hurriedly stood up. However, when Xiaohua walked to the side of the fire Qilin, the distant Reverend Blue Feather didn't even open her eyes. The fire Qilin opened his mouth and wanted to wake Reverend Blue Feather up. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, the other side only sent Huo. It won't be too late to wake Reverend Blue Feather up after Hua Hibiscus comes out." "Yes, Junior will listen to Senior's instructions." The fire Qilin hurriedly nodded and raised his eyes to look at the location of the other palace. That place was still dim and no cultivators appeared. However, after just a few breaths, 2 cultivators flew above the abyss from the palace where Huo was. The one in front was really the Huo that Xiaohua saw outside the ink-cloud black forest. However, at this time, Huo was no longer young and had turned into a white-haired old woman. Her face was covered in wrinkles and her appearance was even more unsightly. If the fire Qilin hadn't said that this old woman was Huo, Xiaohua was afraid that she would be Hua Hibiscus. After Huo, there was another mid and late nascent soul master. Xiaohua was very familiar with this nascent soul cultivator. It was Reverend Jianghu that Xiaohua saw with his divine sense yesterday. Reverend Jianghu's gaze didn't linger on Xiaohua and the fire Qilin, but directly fell on Reverend Blue Feather. Her face clearly carried a kind of surprise, as if she didn't expect that Reverend Blue Feather would appear here. Seeing Huo flying over, the fire Qilin couldn't wait any longer. He was about to fly over when Reverend Blue Feather opened her eyes and looked at the abyss. She said, "Fellow Daoist Jianghu is in a good mood. Why did you come to Ardent Fire Mountain?" "Ha ha ha." Reverend Jianghu heard and couldn't help but laugh. "Since fellow Daoist Blue Feather can come, why can't this old man come? This old man and Hua Pai Kong are good friends. Before the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were born, this old man often came to Ardent Fire Mountain to nag, but this old man has never heard the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain mention fellow Daoist Blue Feather." Reverend Blue Feather got up and flew to the fire Qilin's side. She waved her hand and signaled the fire Qilin to fly with her to the abyss. She said, "That's strange. This old man and Hua Pai Shan are good friends. Although I rarely come to Shi, if the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were to come to Meng, this old man will definitely welcome them. But this old man has never heard Hua Pai Shan mention fellow Daoist Jianghu." While speaking, the fire Qilin and Xiaohua followed Reverend Blue Feather to the center of the abyss. They saw that in the depths of the abyss, where even sunlight couldn't penetrate, strands of dark red flame threads flew out from the abyss like smoke. Layers upon layers of fine fluctuations also surged out chaotically. These fluctuations and flame threads landed on the golden light protecting everyone's body, immediately creating sparks. Which fellow Daoist is this?" Reverend Jianghu acted as if she didn't hear Reverend Blue Feather's question. She looked at Xiaohua and asked curiously, "How come this old man doesn't have any impression of this person?" Xiaohua was just about to speak when Reverend Blue Feather smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Jianghu, you don't need to care about who is beside this old man. You are one of the seniors invited by the fire Wan, and this old man is one of the seniors invited by the fire Qilin. Now, you only have the qualifications to ask this old man, but you don't have the qualifications to ask other fellow Daoists. If you want to know the details of this fellow Daoist, I'll have to trouble you to invite another nascent soul master who has the qualifications to speak with this fellow Daoist." Shwa. While they were talking, the last hall also emitted a brilliant light. Hua Hibiscus, who looked similar to the fire Wan, walked in with a dozen other people. Seeing that the fire Qilin and fire Wan had already flown into the abyss, Hua Hibiscus calmly gave a few orders and also accompanied another early nascent soul stage cultivator to fly over. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, gift it, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5093. Xiao Hua frowned as he looked at this tall cultivator. This cultivator's muscles were bulging and his body was huge. He looked like a body cultivator and not a Dao cultivator grandmaster. Moreover, this cultivator's appearance was extremely unfamiliar. Xiao Hua had never seen him before. Hee. Seeing this cultivator fly out, Reverend Blue Feather and Reverend Jiangxi both laughed and said, "Blazing Inferno Mountain is really interesting." They actually invited a Kunlun sect cultivator. Although the cultivator looked rough, he was very gentle. Before he could get close, he bowed to the two nascent soul cultivators and said, "Junior Gu Yunzi greets the two seniors." Gu Yunzi of the Kunlun sect? Xiao Hua thought for a while, but he didn't have any impression of this name. Reverend Blue Feather and Reverend Jingru didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly raised their hands and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Quickly get up. You are now a nascent soul grandmaster. There's no need to be so courteous." "Thank you, seniors." Gu Yunzi stood up and looked at Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, you look very unfamiliar. May I know which sect you are from?" "Fortune Gate." Xiao Hua smiled faintly and answered, "Small sects can't compare to fellow Daoist." "Fortune Gate?" Gu Yunzi and Reverend Jingru looked at each other, then at Reverend Bluefeather. They were rather puzzled by Xiao Hua's answer. However, Daoist Bluefeather was quite satisfied with Xiao Hua's answer and said with a smile, "Just now, this old man just told fellow Daoist Jing Su that if you all want to know this fellow Daoist's identity, you still have to pass through this old man first. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for another qualified fellow Daoist to appear. Excuse me for a moment, seniors." The Fire Luan's face carried a trace of anger. She bowed towards Adept Bluefeather and the others and said, "Junior would like to speak with the Fire Qilin first." "Do as you wish." Adept Bluefeather had a card up his sleeve. He laughed and said, "This is Ardent Fire Mountain, and you are the true masters." After obtaining Adept Bluefeather's permission, the Fire Luan looked at the Fire Qilin and asked, "Fire Qilin, that day when we were discussing, you said to delay it by 5 days. We didn't even think about it before agreeing. Why is it that today, when we want to delay it by 10 days, you won't agree?" "That's right. Even if 10 days isn't enough, 5 days should be enough, right?" Hua Furong also complained. "As her elder brother, why can't you be more lenient on these few days?" The Fire Qilin was somewhat hesitant, as if he had taken advantage of his two younger sisters by not agreeing to postpone. When she saw this, Huoluan struck while the iron was hot and said, "How about this? It must be very tiring for the 4 seniors to come to my blazing fire mountain from afar. Why don't we ask them to rest in Zhurong Hall for 5 days, ahem." Without waiting for Huoluan to finish speaking, Adept Bluefeather coughed twice and said, "Huoluan, that's where you're wrong." Fire Luan did not dare to contradict Daoist Master Bluefeather. It hurriedly smiled and said, "What wrong has this junior done? Senior, please enlighten me." "You didn't do anything wrong," Adept Bluefeather said indifferently. "The ones at fault are us." Fear appeared on Huoluan's face. She lowered her head and said, "I don't dare. We were wrong to place our previous friendship with the 3 elders of Blazing Fire Mountain on your heads. We were wrong to believe in your integrity." Adept Bluefeather continued, "I don't know what you Blazing Fire Mountain heirs discussed before. I believe that Adept Jingru and Gu Yunzi don't know either. We only know that we are going to fight here today to help Blazing Fire Mountain find a suitable sect master. Now that the time has come, why do you want to postpone it? Do you think that we nascent soul masters are free and unfettered every day, casually finding a place to meditate?" "Yes, this junior knows her mistake," Huoluan said and looked sideways at Adept Jingru, as if asking for help. "Fellow Daoist Bluefeather." Adept Jingru had obviously discussed with Huoluan. He said with a smile, "Blazing Fire Mountain said that the fight will begin today, but they didn't set a specific time. It's still early now, so why don't we wait until the afternoon?" "Is that so?" Adept Bluefeather turned to look at the Fire Qilin. Fire Qilin thought for a moment but was not sure. He hesitated and said, "It seems possible." "That's good." Adept Bluefeather heard and nodded without hesitation. "Since that's the case, let's take a rest. The fight will begin in the afternoon." With that, Adept Bluefeather turned and flew back. Since Adept Bluefeather left, Adept Jianghu also turned and flew back. Only Gu Yunzi looked deeply at Xiao Hua and called Hua Hibiscus to fly back. "Big brother, you've changed." Before Huan left, she also looked deeply at Fire Qilin and threw out such a sentence. Fire Qilin looked at Huan's back and smiled bitterly. "I was forced to change by you." With that, Fire Qilin said to Xiao Hua, "Senior, please return. We'll wait for half a day." "Whatever." Xiao Hua didn't care about a day and half a day. He followed Fire Qilin back and sat down cross-legged, preparing to close his eyes and meditate. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked at the abyss. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fire Qilin didn't meditate. He stood in front of the palace and looked at the other side of the abyss. Huan and Hua Hibiscus didn't stay in front of the palace for long. They said a few words to Adept Jingru and Gu Yunzi and hurriedly left. Obviously, they were waiting for the other experts. Unfortunately, half a day passed quickly. Even when Fire Qilin deliberately delayed until dusk, no nascent soul cultivators appeared in the two palaces. Huan and Hua Hibiscus were helpless. They ordered their disciples to wait outside while they followed Adept Jingru and Gu Yunzi to the abyss. Fire Qilin had already waited there with Adept Bluefeather and Xiao Hua. Hua Hibiscus. Adept Bluefeather smiled. "Who else did you invite? Since they haven't come yet, I'm afraid they won't come again, right?" "This." Hua Hibiscus hesitated for a moment before replying. "They're a bit far from my ardent fire mountain. I've already sent a disciple to send a message. If they don't come now, I'm afraid something went wrong midway." Seeing that Hua Hibiscus wasn't willing to reveal who it was, Adept Bluefeather didn't ask anymore. She looked at Huan and said, "Huan, what about you?" Huan was rather straightforward. She said, "I invited a senior from Tongmu City. They should have arrived long ago, but, when Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He said, "If you can wait for Chen Yi and Daoist Yi Qing, I think, you don't have to wait any longer." "Ah." Huan was stunned. She looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Xiao Hua shrugged. He looked at Fire Qilin and said, "I didn't expect this old man to eliminate an enemy for you before even reaching Ardent Fire Mountain." It can't be." Huan said in disbelief. "Although I invited Senior Qingliuzi, if he couldn't come because he had something to do, he would have sent Fairy Chen. Fairy Chen and Daoist Yi Qing are already two nascent soul masters. Who are you?" Adept Jingru's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She looked at Xiao Hua and asked. Xiao Hua smiled and patted his head. "Jingru, don't you recognize me?" As Xiao Hua released his pressure, Xiao Hua returned to his original appearance. "Ah. You're Xiao Hua." Gu Yunzi and Reverend Bluefeather might not remember Xiao Hua, but Reverend Jing Si had a deep impression of Xiao Hua, the thief who stole his natal magic weapon. Seeing that Xiao Hua had returned to his original appearance, he had long recognized him. He cursed under his breath and was about to move. However, before he could move, Xiao Hua's pressure had already risen to the late stage of nascent soul realm, not inferior to Adept Jingru's. Not only did it force Fire Qilin and the other two to tremble, it also forced Adept Jingru to not dare to act rashly. Xiao Hua was only in Qi refinement realm, yet he was able to escape from Adept Jingru. His current realm was not inferior to Adept Jingru's. How could Adept Jingru dare to act without worry? Xiao Hua. Adept Jingru was not the only one who was shocked. Adept Bluefeather and Gu Yunzi were also shocked. Fire Qilin, Hua Hibiscus, and Huan were the most shocked. You're Xiao Hua?" Fire Qilin asked and almost flew over to pull Xiao Hua to confirm. Hua Hibiscus looked at Xiao Hua's appearance that hadn't changed for hundreds of years and his cultivation that she didn't dare to look at. Her expression flickered and her gaze became blurred, as if she was thinking of the matters of the past. Hua Wan's gaze was filled with jealousy, resentment, and dissatisfaction. Hua Wan even said, "Senior Jingru, the water element ice essence that Junior gave Senior was taken away by him. Adept Xiao, you're so calculating." Adept Blue Feather thought for a moment and said with emotion, "You haven't even reached Blazing Fire Mountain, yet you've already eliminated a formidable enemy for Fire Qilin. If this old man didn't do anything, how could this old man deserve Fire Qilin's respect? Senior, are you the terrifying phoenix in the sword battle, nascent soul realm Wu Ming?" Gu Yunzi was puzzled. He bowed and asked, "Junior has long heard of Senior's great name. Unfortunately, I can only meet you today. It's truly Junior's honor." Xiao Hua's cultivation was only in the middle or late nascent soul realm. It was really similar to Wu Ming's cultivation realm more than 600 years ago. Gu Yunzi didn't doubt him. However, Adept Jing Ru and Adept Blue Feather were extremely puzzled. They had seen Xiao Hua before, especially Adept Jing Ru. When he was chasing Xiao Hua was really in the Foundation Establishment realm, with the strength of a gold core realm and the ability of a nascent soul realm to escape. They hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years, but Xiao Hua was actually in the same realm as them. Then what about his strength? Adept Jing Ru's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. His true essence that had been accumulating began to recede like a tide. Xiao Hua didn't know Gu Yunzi and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, you're too polite. This Xiao just did something that should be done for my Dao cultivation. I didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble. This is really beyond my expectations." No. Gu Yunzi hurriedly said, "Senior, you don't know. The battle between my Dao cultivation and the sword cultivator back then was far more complicated than Senior thought. Behind the sword cultivator, there were one or several swordsmen who were far more scheming than my Dao cultivation. They arranged the troops and planned the battle for them. Moreover, the sword cultivator attached much more importance to that battle than my Dao cultivation. After the battle, several of my disciples who were scheming for the Dao cultivation did a reverse analysis, trying to find some clues from it. However, during the deduction, we were all shocked and couldn't help sweating. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to the starting point to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5094. Xiao Hua naturally knew that LV Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect was the commander of the Sword Dao battle. Behind LV Ruochang was Jiu Xia from the Green Hills Sect. How could the human Dao cultivators be a match for the Nine-Tailed Fox's scheme? However, he still asked with a smile, "What did you find out, Taoist Gu Yun? How could you and the other disciples who planned the battle be afraid?" Sigh. Gu Yunzi sighed and said, "We discovered during the deduction that we had already stepped into the Sword Dao cultivator's scheme since the beginning of the Sword Dao battle. Although it seemed that the swordsmen's arrangements were disorderly, similar to the great swordsmanship battles recorded in the past, in reality, these arrangements, coupled with time, formed a series of seamless and flawless arrangements. Not only did they lure our disciples below the nascent soul stage into the sword tomb and kill them all, but they also lured our nascent soul stage masters into the Sky Patrol City and caught them all in one fell swoop. Of course, it was because of your appearance that not only did you disrupt the arrangement in the early stages of the Sword Dao battle, but you also destroyed the sword tomb at the last critical moment. This saved hundreds of thousands of disciples below the nascent soul stage." At this point, Gu Yunzi took a deep breath and said, "It's a pity that you disappeared after the Battle of the Sword Tomb. If you also participated in the Battle of the Sky Patrol City, our Dao cultivators would never have lost the Sky Patrol City." "How is that possible?" Perfected Jing Ru said with some reluctance. Even if Xiao Hua was an early-stage nascent soul stage cultivator, he couldn't have achieved anything in the Battle of the Sky Patrol City. Don't forget, even the 3 elders of the Fiery Fire Mountain died in the Sky Patrol City. That mysterious weapon cultivator is really too powerful. "Yes," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Taoist Gu Yunzi, you think too highly of me. If I went, I would also die in the Sky Patrol City. No, no. Gu Yunzi shook his head and said, I definitely didn't deduce wrongly. Speaking of this, Gu Yunzi hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, let me tell you something a little secret. The reason why I was chosen as one of the think tanks in the last Taoist sword war is because I have a similar skill of dispatching people. More importantly, I have been practicing the deduction skill of our Kunlun sect since I was young. I have some talent in this field and have made some small achievements. And when I used the divination technique, I was shocked to discover that my Dao cultivation had a chance of winning in the battle of the sword Dao, and the divination for this chance of winning was, on Senior Nameless. It's on Senior Zhao's body. Tisk. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, not to mention that several hundred years have passed. If fellow Daoist were to mention it now, this Xiao would not believe it. Even if you had mentioned it that day, this Xiao would not have been able to return to the sword Dao battle. Don't forget that I was expelled from the thunder-controlling sect. I'm only an independent cultivator, and I have no obligation to participate in the battle of the sword Dao. Sigh. Gu Yunzi sighed for the third time. He smiled bitterly and said, this junior is extremely regretful about the Imperial Thunder sect's decision. They can only be said to have destroyed their own backbone. This junior even feels that this might be another trap set up by the sword cultivators. By the way. Hearing this, Xiaohua was also puzzled. Although he had heard about the matter of the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain being killed by the sword cultivators, he was not clear about the details. At this time, the person in front of him was one of the people who had set up the trap for the sword Dao battle back then, so he must be clear about many details. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said, fellow Daoist Gu Yunzi, can you tell this Xiao in detail how the Heavenly Patrol City was taken down by the sword cultivators and how the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain fell? Of course. Gu Yunzi smiled and said, although this junior did not participate in the second stage of the sword Dao battle, cough cough. Just as Gu Yunzi said this, Daoist Blue Feather coughed twice and reminded them, fellow Daoists, today we are here to decide the sect master of the Blazing Fire Mountain, not to reminisce about the past. Moreover, don't you think that talking about the fall of the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain will make the disciples of the Blazing Fire Mountain sad? That's true. Gu Yunzi hurriedly smiled and said, this junior knows his mistake. Senior Xiao, there are many details about the Sky Patrol City. If you tell us one by one, we don't have to do our business today. In this junior's opinion, we should first help the disciples of the Blazing Fire Mountain decide the important matters in their hearts, then this junior will explain it to senior in detail. How about it? Xiaohua nodded and said, since that's the case, let's wait until the matter of the Blazing Fire Mountain is settled before we talk about it. Hua Furong first heard that Chen Yi and Daoist Yi Qing, whom she had painstakingly invited from Tongmu City, were killed by Xiaohua before they could reach the Blazing Fire Mountain. Then, when she saw Gu Yunzi, whom she had invited, being so respectful to Xiaohua, her heart turned cold. She knew that there was no hope for her today. After Gu Yunzi finished speaking, she hurriedly flew to Xiaohua, knelt down, and said, Senior Xiao. Unfortunately, before she could say anything, all her words were stuck in her throat. Her tears also fell with a shwa-shwa sound. Her originally ugly face became even more unbearable. Ai. Xiaohua sighed. He helped Hua Furong up and said, there's no need to mention anything at this time. It won't be too late to talk about it after today. Gu Yunzi saw Hua Furong kneel down and was quite puzzled. However, after listening to Xiaohua's words, he understood that Hua Furong and Xiaohua were also old acquaintances. Therefore, he smiled and said, Hua Furong, you can rest assured. Since this old man has come, I will definitely promise. Not to mention Daoist Xiao, whom this old man respects, even if it's my Kunlun sect's martial brothers, this old man will do his best to fight for the position of sect master for you. Damn it. Hua Luan heard this and cursed in her heart. She looked at Daoist Jingru and hesitated. However, she still transmitted, Senior, this junior has just sent a message to Hua Furong. I want to discuss with her about joining forces, but, however, she ignored you and instead knelt down in front of Xiao Hua. Daoist Jianghu sneered, this old man will immediately send a message to Gu Yunzi. Since he said that he will do his best to fight for Hua Furong, then he and this old man will join forces to resist Xiao Hua and Daoist Blue Feather. Many thanks, Senior. Huoluan was overjoyed and said, this is exactly what this junior was thinking. Today, everything will depend on Senior. Rest assured. Daoist Jianghu said faintly, this old man and Xiao Hua have some grudges. This time, I will definitely help you. Moreover, since this old man has promised you, I will definitely promise. You can open the restriction of the fire pond. Okay. Huoluan was even happier when she heard that Daoist Jianghu and Xiao Hua had some grudges. She agreed and turned her head to look at Hua Furong. Of course, Huoluan was still looking at Daoist Jianghu from the corner of her eyes. Sure enough, Daoist Jianghu's lips moved slightly. Huoluan felt relieved and said to Hua Furong, Big Sister Furong, now that things have come to this, what do you think we should do? Of the seniors we invited, one died before achieving success, and the other disappeared for a long time. Why don't we discuss with Big Brother Qilin again and ask him to be magnanimous this time? If it was someone else, perhaps Hua Furong would be as stubborn as Huoluan and would struggle a few more times. However, after seeing Xiao Hua, Hua Furong seemed to recall the situation in Haoming City that year. She recalled the situation when she and Fire Qilin joined hands to protect Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. The familial affection that was forced to hide in her heart sprouted very easily. She looked at Fire Qilin, who wasn't particularly happy, and shook her head, saying, forget it, let's do it this way. But Huoluan still pretended to hesitate, then gritted her teeth and said, okay. Since that's the case, this little sister will throw caution to the wind. We can't blame others for our bad luck. Fire Qilin, let's join hands to open the seal of the fire pond. Are we really going to open it? Now that things had come to a head, Fire Qilin was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He asked in a low voice, This is my blazing Inferno Mountain's most valuable treasure. What? Hearing Fire Qilin's words, Huoluan sneered, Brother Qilin, you're not willing to part with it now? If you're not willing to part with it, why did you fight so fiercely with this little sister on that day? If it weren't for you, this most valuable treasure, how could it have fallen into the hands of other nascent soul seniors? Alas, in the end, it's my blazing Inferno Mountain's disciples who are disappointing. Now that all the seniors have come, what's the point of regretting? Hua Furong took a deep look at Xiao Hua and said to Fire Qilin, we only hope that the most valuable treasure of my blazing Inferno Mountain can fall into the hands of a suitable senior. After saying that, Hua Furong opened her mouth, and a broken jade pendant flew out from her mouth. The jade pendant was fiery red in color and looked sparkling and translucent. Inside, there were strands of fire that were as complicated as veins. Seeing that Hua Furong was about to make a move, Huoluan and Fire Qilin didn't hesitate and took out the jade pendants that they controlled. As the three of them pointed their fingers, 3 pieces of jade pendants flew to the center. Along with a brilliant light, they combined into a complete jade pendant. The jade pendant flashed with a faint red light in midair and produced a faint fluctuation. The fluctuation was faintly discernible and fell in all directions. Under everyone's feet, waves of tide-like sounds could be heard, as if the ceiling formation had sensed the jade pendant. Looking at the light of the jade pendant, Fire Qilin, Hua Furong, and Huoluan's eyes became serious. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and their eyes flickered. They turned their heads to look at the 3 places where the Zhurong Palace had already been turned into ruins. No one knew what the 3 of them saw, but after half a cup of tea's time, the 3 of them turned their heads back almost at the same time and looked at the jade pendant again. They seemed to be recalling something, and also seemed to be revising the secret art. After another half a cup of tea's time, Fire Qilin was the first to speak, I can already activate the secret art. Hua Furong and Huoluan didn't answer. Instead, they stared at the jade pendant. After another half a cup of tea's time, Hua Furong retracted her gaze and looked at Fire Qilin, saying, I can too. After another half a cup of tea's time, Huan finally said, I can too. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support it, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a gift, and... Chapter 5095. Since we're all ready, let's do it, said the Fire Kylan in a melancholy tone. The earlier we do it, the earlier we can finish it, so that we won't have to worry about it later. Good. Hua Furong nodded, but the Fire Yuan was a bit hesitant. She turned around and looked at the Zhu Rong Palace, seeming to be unwilling to give up. Seeing this, the Fire Kylan asked, Fire Yuan, who else did you invite? Since they're not coming, what's the point of me telling them? The Fire Yuan didn't tell the truth, and only responded blandly. The Fire Kylan didn't care, and responded casually. Next, a fiery light surged around his body, and his hands began to move incantations. As the spell was sent into the jade began to vibrate, and a small flame emerged from the surface of the jade. That flame flickered, and every time it flickered, a thunder-like sound would be generated in the air, and the tide-like sound under everyone's feet would become a bit louder. Immediately after that, Hua Furong and the Fire Yuan began to move their hands as well. Their moves were obviously different from the Fire Kylan's, and the brightness and size of the flame were different as well. However, when the flame flickered, the thunder-like sound in the air and the tide-like sound in the flame also became a bit louder. When the jade had already become a sphere of flame, the Fire Kylan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of spirit blood, then confidently changed the spell and sent streams of spirit blood into the flame. After a short while, a real Fire Kylan's blood-red shadow flashed in the spirit blood. Hua Furong and the Fire Yuan were both weaker than the Fire Kylan, and their bloodlines weren't pure enough either. Therefore, the speed at which they were casting the spell began to slow down, and their hands seemed to be holding heavy objects. When the blurry blood-red shadow slowly emerged in the spirit blood, the three of them glanced at each other, then raised their hands and pointed at the blood-red shadow while yelling, Expel! 3 blood-red shadows flew out from the spirit blood, slowly falling towards the flame that was transformed from the jade. Boom! A thunderous boom was generated when the spirit blood touched the flame. Next, the flames suddenly expanded, and transformed into a tens of zhang's large fire cauldron. This fire cauldron had 3 legs, and was shaped like a square. On each side of the cauldron, all kinds of prehistorical scenes were shown. Streams of strong prehistorical power flowed in all directions like water, and fell into the surrounding Zhu Rong Palace. A strange look appeared in Xiao Hua's eyes as he pondered inwardly. This ardent fire mountain's inheritance has some origins. No wonder the 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain could establish their own sect here. No wonder even Reverend Blue Feather and Reverend Jingyu coveted the supreme treasure of ardent fire mountain. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. As soon as the fire cauldron appeared, the legs of the cauldron trembled. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a fire pillar as thick as a child's arm fell into the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds were heard. The originally pitch-black abyss was ablaze with flames, and the fire pond was revealed in the flames. And at the place where the 3 pillars of fire landed, 3 huge whirlpools gradually formed. At the same time, a powerful aura gushed out of the whirlpool uncontrollably, covering the entire abyss. The Fire Yuan, Fire Hibiscus, and Fire Qilin could no longer resist this aura. They all retreated back into the Zhurong Palace with pale faces. Of course, at this time, the Zhurong Palace was already damaged. Although there were still some restrictions that emitted faint fluctuations, they were not enough to resist this aura. Sun Shu, Zhen Qing, Sun Xian, Hua Pengfei, and the other cultivators all retreated again and again, falling behind the broken walls. The aura mixed with the flames rushed out, rushing towards Xiao Hua and the others. The 4 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously emitted a faint golden light that blocked this aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A few breaths after the Fire Qilin and the others retreated into the Zhurong Palace, the entire fire cauldron let out a loud rumble and fell into the fire pond in the abyss. Every time the fire cauldron fell 10 feet, the entire abyss would violently shake once, and the thunder in the void would also rumble once. the nearby Zhurong Palace would also shake once. Moreover, as the fire cauldron approached the fire pond, the rhythm of the rumbling also began to accelerate. In the end, the fire cauldron smashed into the fire pond like an earthquake. In an instant, the fire cauldron seemed to melt and split into 3 parts, falling into the 3 whirlpools. At the same time, the 3 whirlpools swallowed each other and turned into one vortex. Then, with a rumble, the flames above the fire pond suddenly sank, and like a volcanic eruption, it rushed into the abyss and attacked Xiaohua and the others. Swish, swish. Like a flood rushing against the current, the golden light around Xiaohua and the others flickered, but their bodies were as majestic as rocks. When the flames rushed into the sky along the hole in the Zhurong Palace and condensed into a red cloud high up in the sky like the sunset, Xiaohua and the others' gazes all fell on the fire pond. Not to mention Daoist Jianghu, even Xiaohua could not help but feel surprised. At the bottom of the abyss was the fire pond that Xiaohua was thinking about. However, in the fire pond, countless waves of fire were constantly rolling, and a Yazi beast soul essence that was several hundred feet in size was struggling fiercely in these waves of fire. An unyielding, angry, and unwilling aura was born from this soul essence, pushing the waves of fire in the fire pond to an extremely high level. Even Xiaohua's complexion changed a little from that aura. Not to mention the fire Qilin and the other gold core practitioners, all of them had pale faces, and their bodies were somewhat limp as they struggled to stand there. Looking at this Yazi beast soul essence again, it was not complete, as if it was missing 30%. Even though it was incomplete, there were still hundreds of fire chains tightly binding it. These fire chains were as thick as a fist, and there were many strange runes engraved on them. When the fire chains fell on the Yazi beast soul essence, wisps of green smoke were immediately produced. As the green smoke grew, the runes on the fire chains would enter the soul essence, and the Yazi beast soul essence would violently tremble, as if it was in extreme pain. However, the Yazi beast soul essence's roar could not be heard, and Xiaohua and the others could not hear it. Even though it was in such pain, the Yazi beast soul essence was still struggling unyieldingly. The halos of the fire chains were produced one after another, and countless chaotic fluctuations flowed in the fire pond. It really is the Yazi beast soul essence. At this time, Daoist Blue Feather's laughter could be heard. This old man knew that the incomplete soul essence of Huatsang Mountain could not be obtained from thin air. It turns out that it was torn out from the complete Yazi beast soul essence. Damn it. When Xiaohua heard this, he suddenly understood. He was also present at the auction in Haoming City. Daoist Blue Feather wanted an 8th grade soul essence to repair a spirit artifact, and Ardent Fire Mountain happened to have an incomplete 8th grade spirit beast soul essence. Because Ardent Fire Mountain wanted the water essence ice pith, and Daoist Blue Feather did not have it, the two sides did not come to an agreement on the spot. Presumably, Daoist Blue Feather later found the water essence ice pith, and thus obtained the incomplete spirit beast soul essence from Huatsang Mountain. Of course, the incomplete spirit beast soul essence was obtained from the Yazi beast soul essence in the fire pond. Daoist Blue Feather concluded that there was another part of the soul essence in the fire pond, and thus, he schemed against Ardent Fire Mountain. Xiaohua did not care that Daoist Blue Feather schemed against Ardent Fire Mountain, but when he saw the Yazi beast soul essence, Xiaohua easily thought of the little white dragon. Therefore, Xiaohua did not want this unyielding and struggling Yazi beast soul essence to fall into a desperate situation and be refined into a spirit artifact's artifact soul. Therefore, Xiaohua moved and flew towards the abyss of the fire pond. Although Xiaohua moved, he was still a step too late. Just as Daoist Blue Feather was laughing, Gu Yunzi had already opened his mouth and spat out a fire bead to protect his body. He was the first to rush towards the fire pond. Gu Yunzi indeed did not let Hua Furong down. He wanted to use all his strength to obtain this soul essence. Daoist Jingyu was not slow either. He opened his mouth, and another pill furnace flashed with flames and flew out, landing at Daoist Jingyu's feet. The pill furnace flashed with flames and protected Daoist Jingyu. Daoist Jingyu's eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Xiaohua. He urged his body to rush towards the fire pond after Gu Yunzi. On the contrary, Daoist Blue Feather, because he was too pleased with himself, actually fell behind Xiaohua. When he slapped the top of his head, a clear light carrying a lantern-like spirit artifact surged out. Xiaohua had already flown more than 10 zhang away. However, Daoist Blue Feather's spirit artifact was indeed extraordinary. As soon as the lantern appeared, a blazing aura comparable to the fire pond surged out. This aura was similar to the aura of the Yazi, but it was also a bit sharper. What was special was that the flame on the lantern gave birth to an illusionary image that rippled in all directions like waves. Within the illusionary image, thousands upon thousands of restraining forces came pressing down like layers of mountains. In an instant, the entire space was filled up. Oh! Xiaohua was originally below Daoist Blue Feather. When the suppressive power descended, it enveloped Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua slightly raised his head to look at Daoist Blue Feather. Ha! Daoist Blue Feather laughed loudly and said, Daoist Xiao, please don't misunderstand, N. Xiaohua replied with a smile. However, just as his smile appeared, Daoist Blue Feather's face instantly changed and he shouted, kill. As the word kill came out of his mouth, the spirit artifact in Daoist Blue Feather's hand immediately solidified. Dozens of phantoms appeared out of thin air and fell towards Xiaohua. The suppressive power that originally enveloped Xiaohua suddenly became several times stronger. The space around Xiaohua was like a mountain rock that bound Xiaohua. At the same time, Daoist Calm Deliberation, who was below Xiaohua, raised his head with a sinister smile. He raised his hand and patted his head. Boom! A light sound rang out and a 2-foot-long nascent soul rushed out, surrounded by flames. That nascent soul did not have time to stand still in midair. He raised his hand and waved. A small sword that was only a few inches long transformed into a stream of light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it pierced Xiaohua's back. Although this small sword was small, its sword intent was like lightning. Wherever the small sword passed, layers of cracks appeared in the void. A thumb-sized vortex had already appeared where Xiaohua's back was imprisoned by the spirit artifact. If nothing unexpected happened, within a few breaths of time, Xiaohua, who was being attacked by 2 nascent soul masters, would be pierced through from the back by this small sword. Sigh. A light sigh sounded like the weeping of a ghost. It carried endless helplessness and endless desolation. It was like a disappointment towards the human heart and dissatisfaction towards human nature. This light sigh fell into the hearts of Daoist Calm Deliberation and Daoist Blue Feather. Both of them were inexplicably frightened at the same time. Following this light sigh, Xiaohua's figure, who was originally enveloped by the spirit artifact's true essence, suddenly faded like an ink painting and disappeared in the blink of an eye. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support it. Cast a monthly vote, cast a recommendation vote, collect a collection, reward, and thank you for all forms of support.